Good. I agree with that.
Okay, sure, I'll get one.
Can you hear me okay in the room this morning?
Yes, we can.
I hear you fine.
Chair Panochi,
Yes.
I have a funeral I need to go to at 11 o'clock. I wish to be excused for that period of time.
Excuse you, 11 o'clock. Sure, I'll raise your hand in the line. And keep in the morning.
I can't understand what you said, but it sounded friendly. Thank you.
I think a cell phone using the speaker mode would do a better job than the sound system.
That's what we were saying yesterday,
It's just, yeah.
just an iPhone.
We're using the same little microphone to go back and forth between the bench and the table again today?
Yes.
That is the plan.
Is it on the bench right now?
It's right in front of him.
Is it on?
It's not working.
There's the top button.
Oh, it is on.
How's that? Can you hear us all right now?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Good morning. We're back on the record. The time is 9 a.m. The date is January 22nd, 2026. The commission and its staff are again appearing from Billings, Montana at the Montana Board of Oil and Gas. This is day 2 of the scheduled public hearing in docket number 2025100080 involving Not a Problem Hauling's application for Class D certificate of the public convenience and necessity. To begin the day, I will first ask for public comment. Please note, this session is being recorded and all commenters received will be public records. So please do not include confidential or private information in your comments. We'll begin with any commenters in the room. Are there any commenters in the room? See, oh, we have one. Sir, step up to this microphone and state your name. Where you're from, but not your address. This microphone standing right here, and you may begin with public comment.
I'm Brian Williams. I'm the owner of Marvelous Tree Property Care LLC from Billings, Montana. And I wanted to speak. I want to apologize for not being able to make it yesterday for the meeting. I had some work. And I wanted to speak on Josh's behalf and make it notable that he's been a mentor to me in starting my own business and a successful one. And I think his objective is not to override, like the state of Montana on what they have going. It is to help the people that can't afford things that are due upon request. He offers a generous amount of leniency with the services he provides. And I think what Josh is applying for in his business would be beneficial to the community, because not everyone can afford to rent or buy equipment to be delivered or, you know, dropped off at their home at a price. And he offers the opportunity for a payment that's legible to their income and to their ability to pay, per se. He's been, if it weren't for Josh, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Share a little bit about myself. I came from a rough background, and Josh has been one of the main leaders that turned my life around and introduced sobriety into my life. And I don't know, I can't thank him enough. And I think that what he's got going is very beneficial to the community and what he's shooting for. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public commenters in the room? Seeing none, just checking to see if we got any online in the last few seconds. Okay. Well, let's get back to where we were yesterday. I think Mackenzie had someone on the stand, and I was thinking that the public may have the opportunity to question this witness.
Mr. Chairman, we have no questions for Mr. Sandback.
Okay, Montana roll
MT Roloffs does not have any questions for Mr. Sandback.
Okay, guess we'll go to commissioner questions. Commissioner Bukacek online, we'll start with you. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I have several, thank you.
Okay, please be seated, sir.
Thank you. No problem.
May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Have there been any reports of incidents of damage by roll-off containers? From Mackenzie,
Go ahead. No, ma'am. In the last year, we have not had any incidents of damage by roll-off containers.
in the last year? How about prior to that?
You know, since I've been there in the last 11, 12 years, almost 12 years, I think we've had two. And basically what it was is just an asphalt tear up out on the street, which is public property out on the street. So most of our contractors, if they're using a roll-off container, will be advised to either put down plywood on new concrete, or, you know, we'll make some kind of arrangement, kind of like I explained yesterday, as to where we can place that container to avoid any damage. Sometimes they request them on a driveway, the roofers will, that type of thing. So we'll suggest to them that obviously they put down plywood or something to protect that driveway to keep them from any damage occurring. But another thing too that's kind of important to explain is those roll-off containers, when they come off the trucks, I'm sure you guys have been through enough of these hearings, you understand how they work. But that container slides off the back of the truck off of a hoist type situation where it tips it up. The wheels that are on that container touch the ground, and then basically the truck pulls out from underneath it while it's dropping it. So it's not like a big bang, I guess you could say, if you want to talk it at it that way. So you basically just set it down like you're setting down a piece of furniture, you know, like a couch or something. You set one end down, you set the other end down, and it just comes off that way. It's not like it's a big crash when it comes off the truck.
Okay, that's very useful. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So you talked about the number of customers, the number of containers. I think I heard 244 containers, 271. I think I heard individual customers, the range was 287 to as high as 355. And I'm wondering, is that over the same routes overlapping with Not a Problem, or is that total for McKenzie?
That would be total, Commissioner Bukacek.
Okay, do you know how much overlap it would be with Not a Problem with what they're asking?
Commissioner Bukacek, it's
Roughly?
our service area is gonna pretty much all inclusive as to what they're asking. When we kind of made the geographical example yesterday as to how far out they would be going or what they're requesting, that's everything that pretty much McKenzie has authorization to haul in as well. I mean, it is. We can't even go as far as what was it, Forsyth they brought up yesterday? So we can't go that far because we can't bring that back to the city of Billings landfill. So.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bukacek.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bukacek. Couple of questions I have is, listening to your testimony yesterday, what I was concerned about is, I think what you were trying to say was, if we let Not a Problem get licensed, it could bump into some of your customer base, and because of this, you may have to raise your rates. Is that kind of what you were saying, or is that a concern that you may have?
Commissioner, the overall effect as applied for as the Class D permit, if they were to expand their operation into other types, like I was saying yesterday with the side load trucks or with the front load truck, or since that's what they have applied for is an open Class D permit, that could obviously affect our business. Okay. And our business being those three different facets, I guess you could say, with the front load, with the side load, and with the roll off service. So yes, it would definitely affect density if they were to get into that type of service. For example, I did some checking this morning, the addition of another permit for a full year last year reduced revenue on our roll-off operation by almost 2/3 last year. So just as an example that you guys could kind of use. So obviously another competitor is going to affect our business and our bottom line.
Well, I think my question is, could it create the situation where you have to increase the rates to your customers?
If we were to maintain the level of employment that we have and the level of service that we have right now, it could affect rates in order to maintain the current staffing and the current equipment that we do have.
I think the ratepayer wants to get that question drug out and answered.
Mm-hmm.
Is this going to cause my rates to go up? Right? And so listening to testimony in other cases,
Mm-hmm.
similar to this one,
Right.
they would say, if the new competitor is allowed to compete and they get the customers that are very close to our base, and we're forced to depend on longer routes,
Correct.
then we're gonna have to raise our rates. Then the customer, the ratepayer says, look, we want the commission to try to balance that out.
Mm-hmm.
The key, I think, for a commissioner is to listen to the people that elected them, understand their concerns. And I think their biggest concern is, look, Pinochi, what are you doing to keep our rates down?
Right.
So dragging this out to hunt is an important question. But here's another question the ratepayers bring up. When you have an increase in customers and business becomes better, did the rates go down for the ratepayers? And it looks like in your testimony, there was some good growth to your company.
Mm-hmm.
Did rates go down after we had good growth within the company?
Rates have remained the same. The other thing to consider when you're considering rates, obviously, is the cost associated with doing the business. Because the cost associated with doing our business has increased substantially in the last year. Whether it be tires, whether it be parts, whether it be labor, those are the main things, obviously, that have increased over the last year. So inflation has obviously taken its toll. To reduce rates, I can tell you, I'm usually the one that makes the adjustment every year, and our rates did not go up last year except for in landfill fees. And that's because the city of Billings adjusts that landfill fee every year. So that's what I can tell you. I did not raise the rates.
Well, the ratepayer wants me to pay attention to, or you listen carefully, Pinochi, if competition's introduced and this causes our rates to go up, we don't want that. But certainly bring out the issue if business increased sharply because the growth in Bozeman is one of the highest growth
Example.
in the state.
Yeah.
Then they're thinking, why don't we see our rates come down? Some utilities claim if we gain another 50,000 natural gas customers, we'll be more competitive. But then when they gain them, the rates didn't go down. The next thing I know, they're asking for a rate increase. So ratepayers want me to pay attention to these questions. The testimony here showed that Not a Problem is able to bring in a trailer that has tires on it, which has more maintenance than a drop-off, because your drop-off doesn't have axles, it doesn't have wheel bearings, it doesn't have tires. Yet it seems like he's half the price and willing to take the unit closer to the home, work harder for less. Then the ratepayer pays attention to that and says, this is a benefit for us. How do I answer that question? What are your thoughts?
Commissioner Pinochi, I looked this morning at our rates, and without disclosing the actual rates, we are less than what he is proposing for service. For a particular drop-off box, going to Lockwood, we have a $78 delivery fee, and we do our haul out of Lockwood for $210. So if you combine the two, it's actually less than the 300 that he was saying that was suggested on his pricing module. So, I mean, we're very, very similar. Obviously, as a business, we're going to compare our pricing to everybody else, and we're going to keep it as close to the same as we can. So City of Billings is an area where he is suggesting service. If you look at the supplement that we added yesterday for the City of Billings, landfill fees, residential, commercial garbage pickup, all that, their roll-off box is $250 as well. So, I mean, we got to look at the rates, obviously, okay? But we're going to look at them as a whole, and we're going to make ourselves competitive, okay? So it's something to consider, I guess, when we're looking at rates. And then, like we said, we offer those different sizes too. You can go down to that 15-yard container, which is what I just quoted. Okay, and then we also have a 20, and we also have a 30-yard container, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Yes.
For answering those questions. I'll turn to Commissioner Brad Moore. Do you have any questions for this witness, sir?
Thank you for the retread capacity.
I'm sorry, can we move the microphone closer to Commissioner Molnar?
Thank you. My question, I believe, because you got into what I was interested in, is that it seems to me that the crux of the question for me is that the applicant is currently using, and I believe will continue to use, perhaps in an expanded manner, a dump trailer. And none of the others, the protestants, have dump trailers. Yet there is a significant market niche. So the three seem to be saying, particularly in your testimony, that we don't want to do those because fill in the blank. Well, if you don't want to do it and you don't have any trailers that are dump trailers, is that not then the niche that he is filling? Never mind the discussion on what he may someday do. And therefore, he should be allowed to expand his services to customers that want a dump trailer because they can get it closer to home, because it doesn't break their driveway, doesn't break the sidewalk, and he can pick it up far more easily and quickly and more regularly than a standard container that you're offering. So if you don't want to go into that market, why do you want to prevent him from serving that market if there's a market that wants to be served?
Commissioner Molnar, the dump trailer service is one that is expanding exponentially quickly. There's a bunch of them that have been reported to the PSC that are operating illegally, basically, but they've all been load and haul situations. Okay. Which means, just as you heard from the witnesses, that he'll bring the trailer out there, they load it up for him, they take it away. That kind of operation is going on everywhere. I mean, I know they're all over Helena, Butte, Bozeman, everywhere. So I guess the thing is as a permit holder, and that we are, that the other protestants are, we're trying to protect the service that we do provide. Okay. Maybe it's not a dump trailer, but it is very similar in nature, I guess. So we're trying to protect that. And as a business, that's probably what we need to be doing. Otherwise, we're not going to be a business anymore. The niche that he's talking about with the dump trailers, yeah, we don't have it. I mean, there's no denying that fact. And I don't know why it's something that a large company would want to get into, but you know, I guess if they wanted to do that situation, they sure could. It's in the last 20 some years, it has never been even a side thought is to buy dump trailers and operate that way. It's more, like I said, more cost involved with it, I think. So I think that's why they've stayed away from it. Other than that, that's really about all I could explain as to why, probably, Commissioner Molnar.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to expand a little bit on that. I believe that the testimony yesterday dovetails into what you just said, which is that there is a market even for the dump trailers in the larger construction hauling market, where they can fill it up and he'll haul it out right away, not on a schedule, but right away, make room, keep the area safe, etc. And you just said maybe he should be allowed to do that. Are you saying be allowed to do that without a Class D, or do you mean even as a Class D if he was offering only dump trailer services as opposed to container services?
Commissioner Molnar, the way I would suggest that is the load and haul portion of it is what it is. We've got a bunch of them. So I can't say that they can't do their service, because they are. Okay. Yes, we do catch them occasionally just dropping the stuff off. And obviously the PSC found out about this one as well and said that that's illegal to operate that way. If we're talking about large construction sites, it depends on what capacity they operate. If he does get 10 or 12 containers and can expand to that size, maybe he'd be able to be, productive on that side of it, but you'd have to have multiple containers in order to be able to provide that kind of service for the large construction sites that we do, so. And as well as our competitors and the other protestants as well, they do the same thing, so. It would just be a threat, obviously, to our business.
Okay, last but not least, Mr. Chairman. You said that when another provider entered the Class D market, you lost 2/3 of your market. Was that long range market or local market?
That was revenue in the last year, since
Okay.
approval of the other protestants PCM.
Okay, was that mainly in the commercial or was it more in the garbage hauling?
Strictly in the roll-off side of it, sir.
Okay,
Commissioner.
I don't mean to be a dork about this.
No,
but,
that's fine. Go ahead.
Not that I mind being a dork about it, but particularly in the larger roll-off, it's not like residential where I want these mattresses out of here.
Right.
It's gonna be where they're looking more at service than perhaps cost, whether it's $80 or $100, they don't care. They want the mattresses out of there. I'm a property manager, gotta have it looking good, got clients come. But in commercial, it's gonna be a more nuanced comparison between cost and service. If all of your cost, as you just testified, are pretty close across the spectrum, it's gotta be service. Was there a service problem that caused your loss when somebody else got a Class D? Since per your testimony, costs were the same.
No, sir, it wasn't a service issue.
Can you explain it?
In explanation, Commissioner Molnar, the addition of another, however many containers the competitor now operates with, took that business away from us.
But why did it go? If I've been using you for 5 years, another guy comes along and says, he's 250, I'm 250, what do you think? I'm not gonna leave if I'm a satisfied customer. Can you give me an idea, as seeing how you're apparently the guy that takes a look at this stuff, sets rates, does everything. Was there a service reason or another reason that you can put your finger on as to why 2/3 of your revenue went away?
Commissioner Molnar, I would say probably because of the expansion and growth in the surrounding area. It's gone up.
Expansion and growth of what?
Of population, of building, of construction.
Wouldn't that raise your revenue, not lower it?
Because he's taken some of that business away from us as well. So as do our other protestants. So
Did you take any from them?
I've taken some.
Well,
It's
there you
fair
go.
market.
Yeah, quid pro quo. Thank you, sir.
You bet, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Molnar.
Thank you, Commissioner Molnar. Do we have any questions from our staff attorney?
No questions.
Well, let's talk about recross examination. Not a problem. Would you like to recross?
Mr. Chairman, is Mackenzie's witness.
Okay, you want to go first?
Oh, recross. Oh,
So we'll allow recross and then we'll go back to redirect and conclude with redirect.
apologize.
It's confusing,
Misunderstood.
counsel, I understand.
Okay. Would not a problem like to recross?
Yes, I would, but no, I mean. So you should say your honor, how to say that, make it easier, your honor, I think the commissioner really said it perfectly, I think.
Can you
Randy,
say it at the microphone, please?
I don't think I have a recross, I think that the commissioners hit the nail.
I'm gonna object. This is not a question.
Your honor, all I'm saying is I'm just passing it. We have no questions, I think the commissioners did just fine.
Thank you. You certainly can use that option. Would Republic like to recross?
Nope, recross, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
MT Roloffs has no questions for this witness.
Okay. We need redirect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Brandon.
Morning.
Got a few questions about some things that were asked of you yesterday before we adjourned, and then that the commission just addressed as well with you. First, do you recall being asked about former customer of Mackenzie's, Christy Moody, yesterday?
Yes, I do.
And there was discussion about discussion about Mackenzie not placing her bins in the exact location she wanted, right?
Correct.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, was that a cost issue? Why Mackenzie couldn't do that?
Strictly operational because of the fact that you couldn't turn around up at her house, which she testified to. So we had to leave the cans down at the end of her drive to where we could service them on a more reoccurring basis. If we put them up by the house, we may be able to get up there during the good year or the good times of the year, you know, when the weather is nice, but when it gets bad, we wouldn't be up there. So, and not only that, without somewhere to turn around, then you're backing out of a location almost a quarter of a mile, like she said. So safety wise, it's not a good idea.
So this was going to be a year-long service for her.
Correct. Until she decided to move.
On the note of residential service, like with Miss Moody, is your concern with Not a Problem Hauling's application, you described it as an open, they're asking for an open permit, right?
Correct, sir.
Does that mean they could also get into residential and commercial service?
Absolutely.
So we're not just talking about drop-offs.
We're not. We're looking at the big picture here as to the implications of the application as applied.
One more question about more rural customers such as Miss Moody. Whether or not a problems application is granted, is Mackenzie intend to continue offering services to rural customers?
Absolutely. I made the purchase of another truck specifically for that so that we can provide those services for those customers. We have a permit, we need to be able to provide that service, so that's what we do.
You offered some additional explanation about concerns related to damage, and you answered some additional questions about that. In answering that, you mentioned an example you could think of recent damage in the last 11 years or so involving a public road getting damaged. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
What ended up happening with that damage?
What happened is, like I said, it was out on a street in front of a property, so out on the actual public street. And again, once you set that container down, it was where the asphalt wasn't thick enough to support the weight of what the contractor put in it. So where that rear wheel that I was describing in my example hit the ground, it actually pushed a hole into the asphalt. Okay. So what ended up happening is the contractor that had hired Mackenzie Disposal to use that roll-off container, then they came in with a asphalt repair company and they filled that hole in. So that's how it was remedied anyway. And I contacted the street department from the city of Billings and let them know what happened. And so they said, that's fine. So we'll get a hold of the contractor. And then that contractor then took care of that issue.
Understood. Thanks for the additional information. You were asked just a moment ago about the impact of the addition of empty roll-offs into the market and the loss of Mackenzie's business to empty roll-offs. What industry do you know, what background does empty roll-offs owners come from?
Construction material. They did demolitions, they did construction as well.
And is that the limit of their permit is construction?
Yeah, they are in the construction and demolition side of, that's what their permit is allowed. They amended their application to where it was for roll-off container or roll-off service only, and then amended again for construction and demolition material only.
Do you know, is any of the loss from McKinsey to MT roll-offs in terms of customers going over to them, being that it's construction jobs, and what you've said about MT roll-offs owners' background in that industry, do you know if, well, let me say it this way, do you believe that switch would be because they want to go over to somebody that's in their industry that they know or have experience working with?
I don't know for sure.
You were asked yesterday and also this morning about McKinsey's recent annual revenues, including approximately the 1.2 million in 2025. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is McKinsey immune to inflation?
Absolutely not.
Has the cost of business gone up for McKinsey?
Yes, it has.
Does it go up each year?
Yes.
So when you're talking about an increase in revenue from one year to the next, is it necessarily all pure profit?
No, it is not.
You testified just this morning that McKinsey's been able to keep its rates the same, right?
Yes, we have.
And that's even in spite of inflation and increasing cost of business for McKinsey.
Correct.
So even though you haven't been able to necessarily lower rates for customers, you've been able to at least keep them the same.
We've been able to maintain as the economy currently stands. It could affect next year, who knows?
You're also asked yesterday before we adjourned and this morning by the commissioners about McKinsey's practice and decisions to not use dump trailers, right?
Correct.
I think you talked about how long McKinsey's been using roll-off containers. Do you know in terms of years how long that's been?
Since their inception as a business.
And when was that?
1999 is when the president formed the company.
And so that's about 25 years or so that McKinsey's been
Correct.
Providing drop-off service through the use of roll-off containers.
Correct, sir.
And you've testified that at least one of the reasons McKinsey chooses to use roll-off containers as opposed to dump trailers is that they're cheaper, right?
Cheaper, more efficient, I think, but I mean, that's personal preference. So I can't say as to which one is better than the other, but personal preference would be a roll-off container, probably because you can get more of them for the same cost. Kind of like I explained yesterday in my testimony.
And so if your overhead in purchasing them is lower and they're more efficient, does that mean you can then lower the cost of offering that service, or at least keep it the same?
I can keep it the same. I can remain competitive with my peers that are doing the same service.
So in the years McKinsey's been using roll-off containers, has this allowed it to provide the drop-off service without the need for dump trailers?
Yes, it has. We've never been even asked if we offer dump trailer service, to tell you the truth. So it's just never anything that's been brought up.
So it hasn't been requested.
Mm-mm.
That was a no.
That was a no. It has not.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, would Kenzie like to permanently excuse this witness? Any objection?
No objection.
He can be excused.
All right, sir, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair.
Mackenzie, you may call your next witness.
Guess I should have stayed up there. Mackenzie would call Mrs. Amanda Buckin.
Amanda, have you sworn in?
Yes,
Okay, you may proceed.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Morning, Amanda. Would you state your name and probably spell your last name for the record?
Yeah, it's Amanda Buchan, Buchan.
You reside here in Billings?
I do, yes.
And hopefully this doesn't cause confusion for the record, but all right if I call you Amanda? from here on out?
Yes, that's perfect.
And you're here testifying in support of Mackenzie's protest?
Yes, I am.
Start with a little background. Can you give us an outline of your job experience before coming to Mackenzie?
Yeah, I had absolutely no garbage experience before I started at Mackenzie. I started at Mackenzie in 2011. So I was 22 when I started there. So I had other office experience, but that's about it before that.
Talk about that other office experience.
I worked for my dad. He was a CPA. So I did a lot of bookkeeping, and then I did work for a flood insurance company in the accounting department before I moved to Billings.
Okay, and about how long were you in those two different roles?
A few years, I'd probably say about 4 years with both of them combined.
When did you start with Mackenzie? Did you say 2011?
Yes, September of 2011.
You've been with them since?
Yes, I have.
What positions have you worked with Mackenzie in that time?
Yeah. So when I started, I was mostly residential side, and did the commercial. And then I moved on to the roll-off, handled all the roll-off. And then I became office manager about 3 or 4 years ago. And so now I basically handle everything in the office.
Okay, and I'll ask you about more of that later. So that's your current role?
Yes. Yep. I am the office manager.
There's been discussion during this hearing about the size of the different businesses involved here today. Can you give the commission a sense of Mackenzie's size, starting with the number of employees?
Yeah, so there's 3 of us in the office that handle most of the phone calls for all of our residential roll-off, commercial, everything. We have, Brandon kind of mentioned it with all of our drivers. We have 4 or 5 regular roll-off drivers, but we're still a decently small company when it comes to employees.
Yeah, you know how many in total?
I don't off the top of my head. I would no more than 20 would be my guess. So there's not a whole lot of us.
Okay. Would it help you if you saw your data responses?
Oh, yeah.
For the record, I'm gonna show the witness Mackenzie's responses to Not a Problem Hauling's requests. It's marked AWS-004, but it is from Not a Problem.
Yep. Yeah.
Does that help? Does that help you remember?
Absolutely. Yes. I
So-
wasn't including the office staff in my quote. So yes,
So how many employees?
we have 22
And that's office, drivers, everything?
mechanics, everything. Yep.
And how many drivers?
So that would be about 19. Because there's only there's a couple of the mechanics that can't drive as well. So about 17, I would guess, drivers total.
How about that drive the roll-off container truck?
There's 5 of them that can drive roll off.
Can you summarize their experience driving roll-off trucks for McKinsey?
They've been with us for quite a while, so they've been doing this for a very long time now. We've kept them staffed with us for quite a while, so they have very good experience.
Those drivers pass background checks?
Yes. Yep.
Let's talk about the office workers. Does McKinsey have an office?
Yes, we do.
Where's that?
On 4th Avenue North in Billings, close to the Metro.
Can you give us a sense of the size of the office?
Yeah, like I said, there's 3 of us that are always there. There's 2 girls that are in the main area that customers see as they walk in. I'm in an office right next to them, so I hear and there to help for everything they need. Brandon is there to help us as well when we need it. But we're just smaller, but we get it done. We get the job done.
Would you describe it as the office itself and kind of the atmosphere is tight?
Yes, very. I can hear everything that's going on. I'm always there kind of listening to make sure I help them when they have issues or problems with customers, and there to help them out with anything they need.
In terms of days and time of day, number of people working, can you explain how the office is staffed?
Yeah, so there's always somebody in the office at all times. We're open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. We always make sure there's people in the office to answer the phones. So we're always there. The door is always open for walk-ins and all that kind of stuff. But we always make sure that somebody is in the office at all times during our business hours.
Now, so phone, walk-ins, is that the primary ways that customers get ahold of McKinsey?
That is, yeah, that's our main. We have a website, but it just tells them to call us directly. That way nobody gets missed or any information like that. We did recently set up a Facebook so that we could address to customers if, we're going to be off schedule for holidays. They can also reach me that way if they have any quick questions. It's linked to me, so I can answer it even if I'm not out at work. I can help customers out that way as well.
So that's kind of like an instant messenger or something like that?
Yeah, Facebook Messenger if they need any quick questions or issues.
So does that mean you're actually able to respond to customer requests even when you're not in the office?
I actually can. It's linked to me so that I can help customers if they do. I had somebody reach out to me one time after work and just was curious if we were going to be off a day because of a holiday and stuff. And I had no problem responding to them, letting them know what's going on and everything.
So you can actually do it outside of normal office hours too.
I don't usually give quotes or things I don't know offhand, but I do try to respond to them, even if it's just get back to me during office hours or whatever. We try to help out our customers the best we can.
You talked about the website and the internet. Did you hear some discussion yesterday about people looking for information on McKinsey's prices online?
Yes, I did.
Is that information available online
It
from
is
McKinsey?
not. No, we do not have that listed online because everything varies depending on their size and where they're located, because we're not going to charge somebody in Billings the same price we're going to charge somebody in Red Lodge. So in order to give them a proper quote where they understand exactly what we're going to charge, we just request that they call us and we'll give them a direct quote.
So you work in the office, right?
Yes, I do.
And that's where you spend your day to day?
Yes,
You can give the commission just a kind of a sample of a day in the life.
it's crazy. It's definitely one of those things that every day is different. But we have our main tasks every day. I handle a lot of the backside of things with like billing and reconciling credit cards. We do a daily deposit every single day. But every phone call can be something different with our license, with us being able to do residential and commercial along with the roll off. You never know what the call is going to be. Every one of us knows how to address each call. So we might have somebody that calls for a roll off and somebody that wants to set up new service. So and then at the end of every day, we make sure everything is ready for the drivers for the following day. So any loads that we take from customers, meaning roll off loads, whether they need it dumped, they're done with it, deliver, we get that all ready for the guys for the next day. Each day we take loads for the next business day.
So it sounds like the office is kind of the brain or the nerve center.
We are, yes, we are the reason that the guys know what they're doing each day.
Is that necessary when you get a bigger operation?
Absolutely. There's no way they'd be able to. We even have contractors because our drivers sometimes have to call the customers to let them know they're going to be there or where they want their container. And so we've actually had customers that will call our drivers and they flat out tell them to call the office because there's no way they could take that information while they are performing the job. So that's where we come in, is we're there to get all the information for billing and, directions for the day and everything like that.
You like working for McKenzie?
Oh, I love it. It's the best. It's been a great job.
What do you love about it?
It's just been a really great job. It's nice being with a smaller local company. I've worked for bigger companies before and you just kind of feel like you're just a number. I've always just loved that we are doing stuff constantly to help the community as well. We don't, ever since, even before I started at McKenzie, they've donated roll-off boxes for grad nights. So like the seniors will do a party and they need a bigger container to throw all their garbage in and stuff. And so we've donated to that, which now I have kids that will go to that school. So it's great that it's something that we're helping out in the community. We do donations for Big Sky State Games, community cleanups out near like Huntley and Shepherd. But we really strive to take care of our customers. And it's always been a number one concern since I even started there, is making sure that we take care of everybody in our area.
So you're talking about customer service.
Absolutely. There's no business without customer service.
And that's one of the things you're proud of.
Absolutely. Yeah. Customers can be hard, but we do a really, really good job taking care of them the best that we can.
You try to accommodate what they're asking for.
Yep. Everybody has something that is different or they need, and we work really hard to make sure we can get them taken care of.
I want to turn to the application. Not a Problem Hauling is submitted.
Mm-hmm.
Have you reviewed that application?
Yes, I have.
Now, McKenzie offers drop-off service with roll-off containers, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So does McKenzie offer the service that Not a Problem Hauling is proposing?
Correct.
Just not using dump trailers?
That is correct, yes.
So how does the way McKenzie does it as compared to a dump trailer, how does that compare to what Not a Problem Hauling is proposing?
get a call for somebody that needs a container. We figure out where they need it put. We can get it into some crazy places. There's been places that I didn't even think the drivers could put it in, and they'll find a way. A lot of our customers aren't a one and done type of situation. So a lot of them will need another one in return. So they'll call and say that their container is full. The way we operate is we always make sure we have an empty container to replace it with. So we're not taking multiple trips back and forth to the landfill. So with the roll-off containers, it allows us to have more on hand to do the swap outs, as we call them. And so it's a lot more efficient and timely to get the customers taken care of.
I think what you're just getting at a moment ago is being able to do repeat loads for somebody.
Yes, that is correct.
No, that's because you could load the truck with
An empty.
roll-off container that's empty.
That is correct. Yep.
Show up to a job with a full one,
Mm-hmm.
drop off the empty one,
Yep.
pick up the full one.
Yep.
Okay.
Instead of going to their house, to the landfill, back to their house, we are able to just do a one tripper.
And you could do that all with one truck. Right?
Correct. Yep.
Do you know, could you do that with a dump trailer with one truck? Or I withdraw the question. Does Mackenzie offer different size containers?
We do. Yes, we have 15, 20, and 30-yard containers, as well as what we call short 20s. And they're just a little bit shorter in length than our regular 20-foot containers.
And so the smallest is the 15-yarder?
That is correct, yes.
Do you understand, is that smaller than the trailer that Not a Problem Hauling currently possesses?
It is, yes.
Did you hear discussion yesterday about kind of ad hoc jobs, like a customer wanting a fridge or a mattress, for example, removed?
Yes.
Is Mackenzie able to offer that same service?
Yeah, we do it quite regularly. We have a lot of customers that will contact us with bigger items. The girls in the office and myself, we print out their information, get a quick quote from Brandon, and then get it set up for them.
What does that look like in terms of sending somebody out? What do you actually use to do that?
We just have a couple of just regular pickup trucks, and the guys will just go out, grab it, and then dispose of it for them.
What's the turnaround on sending a pickup truck out?
It honestly takes maybe a day, 2 at the max. We usually try to get it done as soon as possible, unless the customer wants to schedule like a certain day later on in the week, but we try to get it done within a few days.
That's kind of the outer limit.
Mm-hmm.
How quick could you do it?
That day if we needed to. I mean, it just depends on our scheduling for the day, but we are pretty well staffed right now, so we can probably get it handled pretty fast.
Is Mackenzie able and willing to meet the public need that Not a Problem Hauling is proposing to serve?
Absolutely, yes.
So now I'd like to ask, why is Mackenzie protesting the application?
The biggest thing is for one, we know that we can already take care of the need that is needed in the community, but also the fact that it is such a broad area they're looking for. And I think everyone that is protesting today, we all are able to handle it very well. So I just think that we just kind of don't need an additional one. And that's kind of where we're looking at it.
It's not a problem hauling asking for more or greater Class D privileges than Mackenzie has.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, yes. They want to go into counties that we don't service currently. Yeah.
Is that harmful to Mackenzie?
It's harmful in the areas that that we already service. It is. That's kind of how I look at it.
But meanwhile, Mackenzie can't compete in those other counties that you said.
Correct. Yeah, just because the city of Billings landfill will not accept it.
We talked today about Mackenzie's size and the things you're proud of, like customer service. Talked about the scope of operations, the office support staff, the things that Mackenzie's able to offer. Do you have a concern about Mackenzie's ability as a small company to be able to keep providing those same things that you're proud of, the customer service and the reliability, if yet another competitor and one with a more open authority is competing for drop-off service with Mackenzie?
It's kind of like Brandon stated, that if we have more competition, it could make it so that we have less customers to take care of, which then limits our staff. And with less staff, that means less people in the office to take phone calls. It could just change the direction of the company if we had that happen to us.
And so if Mackenzie's ability to provide those things is diminished, that hurts Mackenzie.
Absolutely.
It only hurt Mackenzie?
It hurts everyone. It hurts the community as well. Because, I mean, we have over 200 roll-off containers. And if we can't take care of everyone, and you have people that are, if our staff is lowered and we can't take care of as many people, then it could really just even harm the community as well.
Well, thank you, Amanda.
Yeah.
I pass the witness.
Thank you. Not a problem with questions.
Yes, I would. You just stated that if another business comes in, that would hurt the community, is that right?
Mhm.
Could you move to the microphone? I'm sorry.
Come closer.
I have to call you Amanda.
Yeah, perfect.
Amanda, you just stated a little bit ago is that if another business comes in, it would hurt the community, is that right?
Yes.
Isn't competition healthy?
It is if they are competitive with us.
And you heard Brandon state that the prices are right around the same, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've been there at Mackenzie since 2011, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And previous to that, you haven't had any garbage industry experience?
Nope, no.
So you don't know what other businesses are doing, like in Bozeman, Missoula, Helena?
No, I'm from Kalispell, so I knew obviously the local stuff on that end, but I didn't pay attention to it back then. I just knew that our garbage got picked up and that was about it.
I completely understand. Do you know if in Kalispell, if they had dump trucks, if someone wanted to have a dump truck, they could just call and get one?
Very possible. I'm not too familiar with that.
Now, you heard Brennan earlier, your general manager, you had a profit of in 2025 of about 1.5 million, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And your customer base actually increased in 2025, is that right?
Correct.
But you haven't raised your rates, is that right?
That is correct.
How much on average is a one rate for a 20-yard roll-off in Billings?
Approximately, you're looking at about 250, not including the landfill, because that also depends on if they're inside city limits or outside city limits.
And you have hundreds of roll-offs, is that right?
Yes.
And on your CV or cover letter or your resume, you state that you take calls from new customers, is that right?
Yes.
About how many customers call in a day?
It really varies on the time of the month. We get, I would say, hundreds of calls.
Sounds like there's a public need for it, doesn't it?
It is for residential and commercial side of things is our more popular, I would say.
Yes, but although you say popular, but there is a demand for it.
For residential and commercial service, yes.
Gotcha. Okay. And did you hear Brandon earlier state that you guys have no dump trucks whatsoever?
Correct.
So you can't meet that need right now, can you?
No, not for dump trailers.
And you can agree with me that a dump trailer can get into positions where a roll-off cannot.
I haven't personally seen it. We've gotten our roll-off containers in quite a bit of different spots that I would imagine they would too.
But there's a big difference between a semi truck that hauls a 30-footer compared to a trailer, is that right?
Yeah, we also have smaller trucks for our smaller containers that are more the same size as his trailer.
What happens if a customer wants a roll-off moved? Like in a different location?
Not a problem. We do that ourselves.
And it takes, from your testimony on direct to spec, takes from 24 to 48 hours? With
roll-off, it usually takes 24 hours. If they call us today, we can do it tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay. 2011, when you started, how many employees did you have?
Less than what we have now. There was only 2 of us in the main office.
How many drivers? Just guesstimate for me.
Maybe 15. That's a really rough guess.
So your guys' business has increased, is that right?
That is correct.
Sure. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Do we have new counsel for Not a Problem today? Or are you the same person that was here yesterday?
I get this every day. My name is Lyndon Chevek. I did file my notice of co-counsel, and it's just a limited scope for today.
Thanks. Nobody told me. I appreciate it.
Would Republic have any questions for this witness?
Just a few questions, Mr. Chairman.
May proceed.
Morning, Amanda.
Good morning.
You were asked a couple questions about competition.
Yes.
Could competition be unhealthy if it diminishes a hauler's ability to serve the community?
Absolutely.
Could you explain a little more about that?
Restate the question so I can think about it.
Yes, yeah, sorry to put you on the spot, but could competition be unhealthy if it diminishes, let's say, McKinsey's ability to serve its customers?
Yeah, I mean, just it makes it so less people would be contacting us is the best way I can kind of describe it. I don't know how to explain it any more than that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay. I think that's all I have.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Would Montana Roll-Off have any questions for this witness?
I do. Sorry, Amanda, but I do.
How dare you? And I think we heard Brandon answer this, but I wanted to get your perspective.
Okay.
Because you're in the office. Do you know, has anyone called Mackenzie for a dump trailer?
No, they've never from the whole time I've been there.
So you've never had that specific request from a shipper call?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Now we'll move to commissioner questions. We'll start with Commissioner Bukacek on the line. Commissioner Bukacek, have any questions? We can circle back if she's able to get her hand raised. We'll go to Commissioner Brad Moore. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions for this witness.
I have no questions of this witness. Does staff attorney have any questions for this witness?
No.
All right, so let's take a look at
Any cross-examination? Recross.
I'll do a recross within the redirect. It's very, very limited. Did you hear Brandon?
The microphone.
To the mic.
We dealt with this all day yesterday.
Yeah, protocol here.
Amanda, do you remember when, or did you hear Brandon state earlier on direct examination is that the need for dump trailers has exploded in Billings, Bozeman, and Butte?
Yes.
Objection, misstates the witness's testimony.
It's not misstating it, he said it.
I don't believe the witness ever said that there has been an explosion for demand in dump trailers.
I'll rephrase. Can you agree with me that dump trailer services have exploded in Billings, Bozeman, and Butte?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any recross from Montana roll-offs? Mackenzie?
Yes, redirect from Mackenzie. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Your Honor, this needs to be within on recross
the rules.
within the scope.
Council is aware of the rules, and redirect is redirect following any cross-examination or any questions by the commission, which there were none, so.
Amanda, you were asked about some other areas in the state, Kalispell, Bozeman, Butte.
Mhm.
Is this application about those areas?
No, it's not.
And MT Roll-Offs Council kind of asked you a question about this. I wonder if I might clarify it even a little bit further. You testified that you might get hundreds of calls in a day, is that right?
Yes.
And they're not about dump trailers.
No.
You were also asked about if a customer wanted to move a container that was already in place and the timeline about that. If a customer made that request and they let you know that it was urgent, could you accommodate that?
Yes, and we have, especially if it gets put in a spot and then say they have work being done and they need it moved right away. We have been able to squeeze them in and get it moved for them.
Thank you. No further questions.
Would Mackenzie like to permanently excuse this week?
She could be excused.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Mackenzie can call its next witness.
Mackenzie rests.
Would everyone like to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll ask for public when we get back to introduce their work. Okay, 10 minutes. We're off the record. 10:13. Mackenzie, call its first witness.
Republic.
Oh, sorry, Republic. Mackenzie, finish.
Mr. Chairman, is it permissible to give a brief opening statement?
Absolutely. An opening statement, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I'll try to keep it brief. I'm a lawyer, right? Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, Commission staff, council. Thank you so much for your time today, yesterday, and potentially tomorrow. Appreciate it. This matter concerns whether the applicant, Not a Problem Hauling, can meet its burden of proof under Montana law to obtain a Class D certificate of public convenience and necessity to haul garbage for hire in Yellowstone County and the surrounding 50-mile radius. So under Montana law, the commission can only issue a certificate if, after a hearing, the evidence establishes that public convenience and necessity require the proposed authorization. And in determining whether to issue a certificate, the commission considers various factors, including the following statutory factors. Number one, the transportation of the service being furnished by other existing motor carriers. Number two, the likelihood of the proposed service being permanent and continuous throughout 12 months of the year. Three, the effect of the proposed service on other motor carriers that are essential and indispensable to the existing communities being affected by the proposed license. And so this is a deeply intensive fact inquiry that the commission must evaluate by listening to the testimony of sworn witnesses and evidence that is presented and admitted into the record. The commission must also evaluate the fitness of the applicant. And in evaluating the fitness, the commission is to evaluate and look at the financial condition of the applicant, the intention of the applicant to perform the services, the adequacy of the applicant's equipment, the applicant's experience, and then also if there are allegations of illegal hauling operations, then also to review those. In addition, the commission must also determine whether there is an actual legitimate public need for the proposed service. And in evaluating whether there is an actual need, the commission also considers several factors, including number one, whether the new service will serve a useful public purpose responsive to a public need or demand. Number two, whether existing carriers can and will serve a public purpose. Number three, whether the new service can serve that useful public purpose without endangering or impairing the operations of the existing haulers, contrary to the public. And so finally, the commission may then also consider competition. In this case, just like in every single Class D case, the sole burden of proof is entirely on the applicant, Not a Problem, to prove each and every element of its case by a preponderance of the evidence. That is more likely than not. So if the commission, at the conclusion of all the evidence, considers that there is an element that is a 50-50 tie in a split, this isn't like baseball where the tie goes to the runner. In this instance, the commission must deny the application if there is a 50-50 split on even a single issue. The protesting parties, as the non-moving parties, do not have to prove anything. So MT Roll-Offs, McKinsey, and Republic do not have to prove a single thing in this hearing, and in fact, do not have to present any evidence. The sole burden, again, is on the applicant. Now, in this case, based on the evidence that's been presented so far, and based on the evidence that Republic will also present, the record will show that Not a Problem cannot meet its burden of proof on all of the required elements, including public convenience and necessity. Number two, that existing carriers cannot or will not meet the public need. Three, that granting the authority will not harm the existing haulers contrary to the public interest. And number four, that the applicant is fit to provide continuous and permanent safe service throughout the entire 12 months of the year. So looking first at public need, the evidence shows, and the evidence will continue to demonstrate, that the applicant cannot show that there is any unmet public need in Yellowstone County and the surrounding 15-mile radius. The evidence shows that there are already 4 existing haulers in Billings itself. MT Roll-Offs, McKinsey, Republic, and then of course the city of Billings provides these services as well. In addition, residents have the opportunity to self-haul. And so the evidence shows, and will continue to show, that there are already 5 existing lawful options to have these services available to the public. And so to the extent that there is a need, those needs are being met by the existing haulers. The applicant has presented no credible evidence of any failures or systemic failures of any kind on the part of any of the protestants to provide the service. With respect to Republic, the applicant has not identified any written complaints, any record of any service denials, any record showing any chronic delays, and no documentation of any unmet need. The evidence is also shown and will continue to show that based on the applicant's own data responses, they have identified that there are no records to show that there is any additional need for Class D service. To date, the applicant has identified and basically relied on isolated instances of and anecdotes of a claim for need, but in really boiling down the testimony of those two shipper witnesses that have presented, the need that they have identified is a need for junk removal services, or for actually moving services, or for services of moving a refrigerator into a home or removing a refrigerator out of the home. Those are not Class D services. And so these proposed services that these shippers have testified to, again, those are not the actual Class D services that are at the heart of what the commission is here to regulate. And again, the applicants claim that it's providing a niche service. When looking at it and boiling it down, it is actually not a niche service. Leaving a dump trailer at a site is functionally identical to leaving a roll-off trailer at a site. It is basically the same exact thing. Again, it is simply a different tool for the same exact job. And when you boil it down, the actual niche that the applicant says it provides is actually simply just junk removal services, of actually going in and cleaning out a landlord-tenant situation or cleaning out an estate sale. That is, again, not Class D regulated service. Republic will also present evidence that it can, does, and that it will continue to meet the full range of the public need, that it can provide roll-off trailers for large construction projects ranging from 10 yards up to 50-yard roll-off boxes, but that can also meet the needs of smaller residential jobs. For example, providing 2-yard, 4-yard, 6-yard, and 8-yard roll-off boxes for smaller projects, so that it can meet the needs of small residential customers who have, smaller needs, or it can meet the largest construction needs that are in town. Republic will continue and also present evidence that it can and does meet the public need, and that it is continuing and ready and willing to continue to meet that need. That it continue to hire workers, hire roll-off boxes, and if necessary, if there is a sudden increase in demand, that it can bring on additional equipment and additional employees, as well as bring on equipment from other locations to serve and meet the public need. Second, the applicant has been unable to show that it is able, or that the existing carriers are unable or unwilling to meet the public need. Again, the applicant has presented no credible evidence that Republic or any other authorized Class D carrier has refused to provide customers with Class D services. At most, what the applicant has suggested is a request for additional preference or additional competition, which again, that is not the same as evidence showing that there is an inability of the existing haulers to meet the need. Public's testimony, again, will establish that it has the equipment and the personnel, as well as the experience to meet the public need in Billings and the surrounding area. Third, the applicant must show that the addition of a new hauler will not harm the existing haulers contrary to the public interest. Again, the applicant has not presented any evidence demonstrating that granting the authority would harm the existing haulers contrary to the public interest. There's been no evidence whatsoever presented on that. There's been no market analysis, no demand study, no evaluation of how adding an additional hauler would affect the market stability in this location. Fourth, fitness. The evidence presented to date also raises significant concerns about the fitness of the applicant to provide services year-round.
Counsel, could you limit your statement to what the evidence will show as opposed to argument, which you can present in closing?
The evidence will show that the applicant does not have the requisite fitness to serve the public. And so finally, in looking at the fifth element of competition, the commission may also consider competition. The evidence will show that there is already existing healthy competition in the marketplace in Yellowstone County and the surrounding areas. Again, the evidence will show that there are already 5 separate options available to the public to have these services provided. Again, MT Roll-Offs, McKenzie, and Republic, as well as the City of Billings. There is also the opportunity for self-hauling. Customers, and the evidence will show that customers have the ability to hire smaller local businesses as well as larger businesses, or to work directly with the municipality for their services that they need. The evidence shows that there is already competition and that it is healthy and well in the community, and that factor will not favor the applicant. And so in conclusion, at the close of the evidence, Republic will request that the commission deny the application because the applicant has been unable to meet all of the elements by a preponderance of the evidence. And so thank you again for the commission's time, and we will begin our presentation of our case in chief.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will call Mr. Arthur Butch Everett. He will need to be sworn in.
I need you to stand and raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you, sir. You may sit down and you may proceed with your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, can you please state your name?
Arthur Everett.
Arthur, my understanding is you go by Butch. You mind if I call you Butch today?
That's all right.
Okay, yes, and you'll need to give verbal answers, so thank you, Butch. Butch, where do you live?
Joliet.
How long have you lived in Joliet?
About 10 years.
And Butch, where do you work?
For Republic.
Can you move closer to the microphone, Mr. Everett, and speak up a little bit?
Okay.
Butch, how long have you worked for Republic?
Almost 13 years.
And what is your current position with Republic?
I'm a lead driver.
Okay. And is that a full-time position or a part-time position?
Full-time.
How long have you been working as a lead driver?
About 10 years of that.
Okay. And could you describe what your typical day-to-day responsibilities are as a lead driver?
I'm making sure all the routes get covered. Making sure everybody's on time, doing what they need to do, and making sure everybody comes back safe.
And as a lead driver, what, if any, responsibilities do you have related to roll-off containers?
I cover roll-off when it's needed. We have call-ins, so sometimes I'm thrown into roll-off.
Okay. And could you describe what your typical day would look like when you're providing roll-off services?
Going over the route, making sure we have the containers ready to go, delivering them, picking them up, dumping them, delivering them when they needed delivered.
And how long have you been providing roll-off services as a driver?
Almost 13 years. I started off as a roll-off driver.
And what geographic area are you generally assigned to provide roll-off services as part of your job as a lead driver?
The Billings area and the surrounding areas.
Okay. So on an average day, approximately how many customers or job sites do you serve when you're providing roll-off services?
It varies, anywhere between 3 to 10.
And what types of customers are those? Are they residential, commercial, large construction projects? How would you describe that mix of customers?
All of the above.
Okay. What types of jobs do you commonly use to provide roll-off services for?
Residential, construction.
How about the sizes of jobs? Do you serve small jobs all the way up to large jobs, or how would you explain the range and sizes of jobs that you serve?
As far as the roll-off boxes,
Oh, in terms of the actual, let's say, project that you're providing service to.
we have 20, 30s, 40s.
Okay. So to your knowledge, what size container options for roll-offs does Republic have available for customers here in the Billings area?
20s, 30s, and 40s.
What about any smaller sizes? Are there other options available if there's a need for a smaller size roll-off?
Well, we have not roll-off. We have dumpsters, though. We can use dumpsters.
Okay. And what size dumpsters would be available?
We have 2, 3s, 4s, 6s, and 8 yards.
And how would those dumpsters be delivered to a customer?
We have a delivery guy that delivers those.
How does the range of container sizes and roll-off boxes that Republic has, how does that allow Republic to serve different types of customers?
Well, it depends on their need. I mean, you're not going to want a 20-yarder for someone that's just has a little bit of garbage.
What about for smaller projects? Let's say for a residential clean out, what size options would Republic have for a customer who only has a need for something smaller?
We have the 2-yarders.
Butch, I want to ask you a little bit about your background and your training, okay? When you were hired on with Republic, did you receive any sort of safety training in the process of your position as a driver? Yes.
Approximately 4 weeks of training.
Can you describe what that 4 weeks of training looked like?
Well, they teach you how to load boxes, how to unload them, how to dump them in a safe manner.
And how was that training conducted? Was that something that was done in person? Was that in a classroom? Was that
a little in classroom, on hand, and in the field?
And when you talk about in the field, was that training actually done in an actual truck that you were learning how to operate?
Yes.
How long did that training take before you were able to finally start operating a truck on your own?
Well, like I said, I was in most of our training is about 4 weeks long. So towards the end of that, you start proving that you can do everything on your own. So I do training. When I train somebody, I try to stay out of everything the last week to make sure that that person is doing everything safely.
Approximately how often do you provide training?
Whenever it's needed. Whenever we're hiring people. So we have several trainers. So
what kind of training did you receive on how to safely pick up and drop off a roll-off box at the customer's location?
Well, there's a lot that comes into somebody's property. I mean, you've got to make sure that there's nobody around. You've got to make sure objects above. I mean, you got dropping off boxes sometimes that there's wires. You've got to make sure that everything above you is clear.
How about training in actually protecting the customer's property? There's been some discussion about roll-off boxes potentially causing damage to concrete or asphalt. What, if any, training or experience do you have in delivering roll-off boxes and attempting to avoiding causing damage to the customer's property?
So when you're dropping off a roll-off box, for the most part, that roll-off box is going to push you forward. So when the back comes down, you're allowing that box to push you forward so it stays there. Then you just ease the box down onto the ground. There have been times that I've had to use plywood for the feet of those, so you don't do any more damage.
Is that, as part of your role, is that something that you consider when you deliver a roll-off box, is how to avoid potentially causing damage to the customer's property?
Always.
And why is that?
It's the right thing to do. I mean, you don't want to cause somebody's property damage.
And as a roll-off driver for Republic, is that important to you?
Very.
Talking a little bit more about your training, what kind of refresher training or ongoing training do you receive for safety at Republic?
Once a month, we have safety meetings. Every day before our drivers leave, we talk amongst the drivers and go over safety issues. I mean, there's different things. You come upon the winter time, you're constantly talking about, winter issues, frozen roads, stuff like that. So.
How does that ongoing safety training help you perform your job on a daily basis?
Well, it keeps it in the front of my mind. I mean, you're constantly thinking about safety.
We've talked a little bit about it, but what are some safety practices that you are expected to follow on a daily basis when you're out there operating a truck?
Well, we do pre-trips on the trucks every morning. We do post-trips at the end of the day. And anytime you get out of a truck, you're constantly looking at the truck, walking around it, making sure you don't have a flat tire or whatever.
And just to maybe clarify a little more, what is a pre-trip and a post-trip?
Well, it's an inspection of the vehicle.
And why is that important for the ongoing safe maintenance of the vehicle?
Well, if you see an oil leak or something on your truck, I mean, if you don't do an inspection before you head out, you're not going to want to leave a puddle of oil or hydraulic fluid in somebody's yard.
Butch, from your experience, how seriously does Republic take safety in its day-to-day operations?
It's top. It's number one.
Butch, I want to ask you a little bit about the type of license that you have. What kind of license do you have that you use to operate your roll-off truck?
I have a CDL, Class A.
And to your knowledge, is a CDL required to operate a roll-off truck for Republic?
Yes.
Which I want to ask you a couple questions about loads. When you're loading a roll-off box, and there's been some talk about weights that have been involved in transporting various weights of garbage. When you're loading a roll-off box, how are you able to determine if the amount of weight in the roll-off box is too much for the truck to handle?
Well, you kind of get used to when you're pulling a box on, you can tell by the movement of the truck if it's too heavy. Is there an exact amount? No. I mean, it's an experience thing that you kind of get used to how the box is pulling on the truck.
And if there is a box that, in your experience, weighs too much, what is the kind of standard procedure for what to do next?
You drop the box and you call the office. Let them know that you can't haul it.
And why is that?
Safety.
How about with a trailer? Do you have any experience in pulling a dump trailer?
Not a dump trailer, no.
Butch, I want to ask you questions about kind of just, again, the day-to-day work that you do. How frequently do you deliver or pick up roll-off boxes in the Billings community, let's say on a weekly basis?
These days, it's not a whole lot. I spend a lot of time doing side load and front load and rear load.
Can you just generally explain what the difference between those types of loading is compared to a roll-off box?
Well, a roll-off box, all the garbage is in the container. Side load, you're grabbing stuff from the side and you're dumping it into what's called a hopper in the truck. Front load picks up dumpsters and dumps them. And the rear load, you're getting out on every stop and you're hooking it up to a lift and dumping it in the back.
What months out of the year does Republic provide roll-off services? As part of your job, are you required to complete scheduled deliveries even under difficult weather conditions as long as the weather makes it safe to do so?
As long as it's safe, yes.
So even if it's snowing and nasty and blizzarding outside, as long as it's determined to be safe out there, are you still required to do a pickup?
Yes.
Based on your experience, what areas around the Billings community does Republic serve?
We serve Red Lodge, Bridger. We also have Big Timber, Roundup.
Have you personally delivered containers to hard to get or more rural areas around the Billings community? I want to ask you some questions about the staffing in Billings, okay? To your knowledge, approximately how many roll-off drivers are there in Republic's Billings office?
We have, I do believe we have 10, but that includes relief drivers.
Let's talk about those relief drivers. If you or another roll-off driver is sick or on vacation or injured or for some other reason you're unavailable, how is your route or your job duties for that day covered?
Well, that's why we have backups. We have relief drivers to cover those.
How about situations or instances when Republic experiences mechanical problems with its vehicles? What sort of backup options, if any, does Republic have if there are problems with its roll-off trucks?
We have backup trucks.
And what about work that could be done to help repair those vehicles? Is there anyone available to help assist with the repair process?
Yes, we have mechanics that get there at 5 in the morning. We have mechanics there until 11 o'clock at night, so.
How does Republic handle situations when there's a roll-off box that is damaged?
We usually put it out of service. We have welders that work on the boxes.
So based on your experience at Republic, if a piece of equipment is unavailable, are there backup plans made so that a replacement piece of equipment can be made available to be put out in the field?
Yeah, we have plenty of boxes.
Butch, I want to ask you about customer interactions now. In your daily experience as a driver, do you have interactions with customers?
Yeah, all the time.
And typically, what kind of interactions do you have with those customers?
Well, if I'm doing roll-off, it's usually, I like it when the customers are there because they can get involved in where we're going to drop it. So yeah, I mean, I go over the safest place to put it, the most convenient place.
And if a customer has a question or concern, is that something that is typically handled by you or is that handled by somebody else?
Well, I've been doing this a while, so I can answer a lot of questions, but if there's something that is above my pay grade, I usually get them in touch with dispatch.
In your experience, does Republic try to be responsive to customer concerns or questions and inquiries?
All the time.
How so?
Well, I mean, if it wasn't for our customers, we wouldn't be getting paid. I wouldn't have a job. So we have to make sure that the customers are taken care of.
So based on what you see on a daily basis, how does Republic treat customer concerns?
It's right below safety. It's up there.
From your perspective, how would you describe Republic's commitment to serving the Billings community and the surrounding areas?
Oh, they're committed.
How so?
Well, we got to, like I said, I mean, we've got to make sure our customers are taken care of. I mean, they're the ones that pay our bills.
Butch, how do you personally view providing service to the Billings community?
I take pride in my work, so I do the best I can.
Based on your experience in the Billings community and the surrounding areas, the pride that you take in your work, how well is Republic able to meet the public need in the Billings community and surrounding areas?
I think we do a great job of servicing everybody.
And could you explain why you believe that?
Well, I mean, we'd be out of business if we couldn't provide service to everybody, so.
But you talked about taking pride in your work. Why do you take pride in your work on a daily basis for the work that you do to the community, for the community?
That's how I was raised.
Thank you, Butch, for your time. I have no further questions for you at this time, okay? You'll have some other questions likely. Thank you.
Not a problem. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do.
Let me have you sit up here by the mic.
Mr. Everett, can you show me where that mic is in front of you? I'm still having a kind of a hard time hearing you. That little flat one. Is it on?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
I can. Yeah, it seems like it's going in and out. I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what's up with that mic, but I'm doing okay. Just wanted to check in between.
You mind if I call you Butch?
No.
Perfect. Ever been to the J Bar or the Frontier Bar?
Pardon me?
The J Bar or the Frontier Bar in Joliet?
Yeah, I'm not much of a drinker, so.
Neither am I, but I got clients that go there. How long have you been a lead driver?
Right around 10 years.
10 years. And you have a CDL?
Yes.
Class A?
Yep.
What did you have to do to become a CDL driver?
Well, I had to get my permit and take my test.
How much does your truck weigh?
My truck, I don't have my specific truck. I'm a lead driver, so I jump from truck to truck.
On average, what does the truck weigh?
Right around, depending on what you're running, the roll-offs probably run around 30,000 to 35.
30,000 pounds to 35,000 pounds?
Yeah.
And that goes on residential property or even construction or commercial. There's a chance that you could damage that property with that 30-pound weight. Is that correct?
It depends on the property.
In residential, that there's, in even commercial, that there's curbing or a sprinkler system.
Yeah.
Or grass.
Yeah.
So you talked about the weight of these roll-offs. How much on average does a roll-off weigh, 30-footer?
Probably about 55,000 to 60.
4,000 pounds. And is that weight evenly distributed, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, it's in a roll-off box, so it's usually pretty distributed.
And if that was on a sprinkler system, there could be a possibility that it could destroy that sprinkler system.
Yeah, but we don't typically drive on grass.
How long is your truck on average?
I'm not 100% sure because each truck is different. So
can you just guesstimate?
Probably say about 30, 40 feet.
30, 40 feet. I'm not gonna beat you up on it. Okay. And you mentioned earlier on direct examination is that there are places in Billings where that 30 or 40-footer truck can't get to. Is that correct?
I've never ran into any situations where I couldn't get a roll-off box someplace.
And you talked about where it's more convenient. What do you mean by that on a location? You said when you drop off a roll-off, you see what's most convenient at.
Well, it depends on what the customer wants. Because you get a lot of customers that want it in a certain area and we can't put it there.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, if Some of them want it on grass, depending on the time of year. I mean, that grass, you're gonna sink that truck, so you're not gonna drive it up there. And we try to accommodate the customer the best that we can. So we like to talk to the customer and explain to them why we can't put it in certain areas.
Gotcha, okay. And sometimes you mentioned a little bit that you may cause some damage when you move the roll-up onto the property, but you reduce the damage by putting plywood underneath it, right?
I don't believe I said we do damage to it.
Do you do any damage?
That I'm aware of, I never have. I can't speak for other drivers.
Now, through your training and experience as with the CDL, what's the difference between the weight of a dump truck or a dump trailer and a roll-off?
I have no idea what a dump trailer weighs.
Okay, well, what are the axles? Is it a one axle or two axle?
Two axle.
Okay, and so is the weight on the tires?
Yes.
Okay, and where are the tires located on this dump trailer?
Projection, foundation.
Through his training and experience as a CDL, he knows how to drive and he knows what to haul. So he has a training and experience when it comes to a dump trailer and a roll-off.
I've never done a dump trailer, so I don't know.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You may continue.
So through training and experience, what's the difference between a dump trailer and a roll-off when it comes to the weight distribution?
I have no idea.
But a dump trailer has two axles, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so all the weight's on the tires, is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And when it comes to a roll-off, the weight is evenly distributed throughout the 20 or 30 or 15 foot, is that right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't know what a dump trailer weighs, do you?
No.
Do you know how long a dump trailer is?
I'm sure they come in different sizes.
Do you know what size? 20, is it 15? I don't know.
A dump trailer?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never driven a dump trailer.
Yeah, you testified earlier is that there are hard to get areas in Billings, Montana, is that right?
Oh, yeah.
And again, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's places that are tight getting into.
And you said that the customers are important. If a customer wants a certain roll-off where you physically can't put it, are you going to try to convince the customer to go someplace else?
I'll try to talk them into putting it someplace that's safer.
And through your training and experience, you actually have to have that talk with customers, is that right?
Yeah.
That's all the questions I have.
Thank you. Does Mackenzie have any questions for this witness?
No questions from Mackenzie.
Montana roll-offs, any questions for this witness?
No questions for this witness.
We'll go to Commissioner questions. We'll start with Commissioner Annie Bukacek. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, she
Oh, she may not. All right.
Can we move the microphone to the commission, please?
We'll go to Commissioner Molnar. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Just two, I think.
The microphone is not picking you up.
Is that better?
No.
How's this?
A little bit better, maybe. Can you keep talking so I can hear?
Before, one, two.
That's not better.
It's not better?
No.
You may have to move the bills. I don't know what to do. I've got my microphone on and the other one's gone from 5 feet away to 3 inches away.
Yeah, it's very echoey and muffled.
Perhaps it got turned off.
No,
That's
it's not.
kind of what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like it used to.
How is this? 1, 2, 3?
Might be better. Keep talking.
Okay, this is the best I can do. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep, I'm also doing my best. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
We'll do what we can. I'm probably, my couple of questions probably aren't headed to the Supreme Court anyway. But, you said that you never found a place you couldn't get into. Is that correct?
I can't hear you, Commissioner Molnar. I'm sorry.
I have no idea how to help you.
I'm just trying to make the record. I can't help.
Hang on for a second. Have we had this problem before in this building?
Yes. I think
We have
those ones.
Oh,
You can blame me.
well, here you go. We'll be in touch. How's this? How's this?
It's a little bit better.
Well, I'm at the main microphone. It doesn't
That's
get
fine.
any better.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll take the license of calling you Butch as well. Have you arrived at a place where you couldn't get into and had to make other arrangements?
Yeah, that's why I like to talk to the customers, because if I can't get into a place, we've always been able to figure out a different place to put it.
Okay, we've heard evidence you weren't, or testimony, you weren't here yesterday of having to put them down by the road a quarter mile away from a house. Unless you have a Bobcat, that's a real long quarter mile to carry a mattress.
Yeah.
Have you run into things that severe? Where the type, I mean, a commercial customer is one thing, more residential or commercial would be another. Have you run into any that, yeah, you could come up with another option, but it really wasn't workable?
I've never dropped a roll-off box that far from the house.
Okay, and this one is more for my own curiosity. You said that if it's too heavy, you can tell by the way it lifts, and you set it down and leave. To fill a container is pretty easy. You take a Bobcat on a construction site and fill it up. To empty it out is a whole nother situation. How do people or companies lighten the load on something that's in a container that's overfilled?
Well, that would be up to whoever's loading it.
But you know, how does that happen?
Well, I'm sure it depends on the materials that's in there. I mean, if it's just household trash or construction stuff, somebody's gonna have to get in there and haul it out. We have actually dropped roll-off boxes next to some of them and had them just throw it into the next one.
Okay. So is that problem alleviated in any way with a dump trailer as opposed to a container?
I have no idea.
Lighter. Okay. I say I'm pretty sure these questions aren't going to the Supreme Court. I was more curious than anything. Thank you for your assistance, young man.
I have no questions for this witness. Does my staff attorney have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
All right, let's go to recross. Does not a problem have any recross for this witness?
No, we do not.
Mackenzie?
No questions.
Montana roll-up?
No questions.
Republic?
No
redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Yes, this witness may be permanently excused. Thank you.
Sir, you are free to go. And Republic, you may call your next witness.
Republic calls Debbie Rowland, and I believe Ms. Rowland needs to be sworn in. She was not here yesterday.
Can we move the camera back toward the walking?
The camera only goes
I'm only looking at Miss Garrett, which is great, but.
It's covering everybody but the commissioners.
Stand and raise your right hand. I need to swear you in.
And it does sound like that round microphone is just cutting in and out, so it's really not working. We do need to find a solution to that.
Is it working better now?
No, it's cutting in and out, like every other word. It's definitely not working as it's supposed to.
You know, I have this. So. That's what my teacher said.
It's bizarre how often it so much.
So,
I know this is
and my glasses on, which one is it? By
normal routine of your. Just leave it for seconds, just give it.
a minute to reset. It is cold. Oops, I just did the whole thing. Come back.
Test, can you hear this?
I can hear you. I can't see you. I can see you. Can you test the microphone a little bit more?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
That sounds much better. Let's try
Excellent.
this.
I will try and speak loudly and slowly this time. We'll see how far we get.
Hopefully
I'll have you raise your right hand.
Mr. Chairman, before we swear the witness in, I believe I gave the wrong name. I said Debbie Rollin. I meant Debbie Olson when I called her up. So I apologize. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Debbie, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
It's Debbie Olson, DEBBIE-OLSON.
Thank you, Debbie. And why don't you tell us where do you live?
Here in Billings, 133 Lexington Drive.
Okay.
Right.
And how long have you lived here?
In Billings, 70 years.
Excellent. What do you do for work here in Billings, Debbie?
I am the office manager, secretary treasurer at Pride Industries.
Okay. How long have you worked for Pride?
31 years.
I think I heard earlier you are getting close to retirement. Is that correct?
I've been trying for 5 years now.
Well, I'm sure it will be relaxing when it happens eventually. What kind of work does Pride do?
We are a truss manufacturer, so we manufacture roof and floor trusses. So our garbage would be leftover lumber, plates, banding, and covers for lumber, tarps, and that kind of stuff.
Do you? Sorry, go ahead, please.
Nope, and that's about it.
Okay. Do you know how long Pride's been in business?
Oh yeah, since January 1995.
Okay,
so,
quite a while.
Yeah, as long as I've been there.
And so I heard you say Pride manufactures trusses, and are these for commercial and residential projects?
Commercial, residential, pole barns, agricultural.
A little bit of everything. Where is Pride Industries located?
We are on Commercial Avenue out off Zoo Drive.
Okay.
6956 Commercial Avenue.
So also in Billings?
Yes.
Okay. And as I think you alluded to it before, as part of its truss manufacturing process, does Pride Industries generate garbage?
Yes.
Yeah. You said that with a nod that may not be captured by the record.
We do.
Is that a substantial amount of garbage?
Well, we have two of the biggest dumpsters they have, so I want to say they're 30 cubic, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So you beat me to the next question, which is whether or not you use roll-off dumpsters at your business location. It sounds like you do.
We do.
Okay. And two dumpsters?
Yes.
And you think about 30 yards in size?
Yeah. I think that's what they are.
Sorry.
I should
one
be
at a
able to
time.
tell you.
Debbie, who's responsible for collecting the garbage for Pride Industries?
Republic Services.
For Public Services, how, on average, how often is that garbage collected?
We have it done once a week.
Okay.
They come every Thursday. We just know they're coming. It's one of those places I don't have to think about. I just know it's gonna get done. And I've not had a problem.
Sounds like a reliable service.
Yep,
Okay. Do you have interactions with Republic?
sure. If we need an extra dumpster, or if we need them to come, maybe both are full and we call and say, hey, could you come out earlier? We can usually get that done, so.
Okay.
But most of the time with the two, we're good to go.
Meets the
Yeah.
needs of Pride
Because we
Industries?
started with one and we were filling it up too soon, so we just, rented another one. That works out really well.
Okay. How would you describe the satisfaction of Pride Industries with the service it receives?
Oh, I think it's excellent service. Because like I say, if you don't have to think about it, and you don't have to call, and then it's working well.
Okay. Debbie, I know you've only been here for part of the testimony today, but let me represent to you that the applicant here is applying to use dump trailers to haul garbage. And those dump trailers, at least as we've discussed them so far, are smaller in size than the roll-off containers you're describing. Would a small or smaller dump trailer meet the same need that Pride Industries has right now?
Not for us.
Okay.
No, because we're filling up two at a time. So during the week, we're pretty much filling up both dumpsters.
Sure. Are you satisfied with the price that you get charged by Republic?
Yeah, I think it's fair. We haven't had a problem with it. It fits in our budget fine, and I think they're comparable to the other places in town, so.
Okay. If there has been a problem, at least to the extent that you've been at Pride, if there has been a problem that you all have identified, has Republic timely responded to fix that problem?
Sure, we have a rep that we can talk to, called dispatch, they just take care of it for you.
Okay. Have you noticed any prolonged delays in service at your time in Republic?
No.
Time at Pride, excuse me?
Nope.
And generally, as we're sitting here today, does Republic meet Pride's waste disposal needs?
Yes.
Okay. Debbie, thank you so much for your time. I have no further questions for you. I expect you may have some other questions from the other council though.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Does not a problem have questions for this witness?
I'll be brief, but yes, Judge.
You may proceed.
Hello, Mrs. Olson. My name is Lane Shavek. May I call you by your first name?
You bet, thanks. That's fine.
So you've been in Billings girl for 70 plus years, right?
Yeah, 72 to be exact.
Has Billings changed in the last 20 years?
Well, it's certainly gotten bigger.
What about the last 10?
Yeah, it's gotten bigger. We're still in business. We're manufacturing trusses and
So you're more of on like the commercial side of things, right?
we are commercial, yes.
Right. Okay. You ever had to call Republic for a residential for yourself?
Yes, I
What?
have.
When was this?
Probably about 4 years ago, I had to re-roof my house and so I called and had a dumpster come out, a roll-off, but it was a small one, not like the ones at Pride, but I just told them what I needed it for. They brought it out, told me where would be a good place to set it up, dropped it off, and came and picked it up when I was done.
Nice. Did they have a 24-hour lead time or did they get there right away?
Well, they got there right away when I needed it because I scheduled it ahead. So I told them what day I would like it, and that's the day they brought it.
Nice. Do you remember what this rollout looked like at all?
It was just a smaller box than the one we usually use.
Did it have cement or
steel wheels or no idea?
I don't think it had wheels. I think it was, I mean, I'm not sure what was on the bottom of it, but it didn't roll for sure. I mean, the truck had to get under it to pull it up. So
Do you remember if that was in your yard at all, or was it on the?
it was in my driveway.
How'd your driveway look like after?
It was fine.
It's fine.
Yeah.
How much did that cost you?
Oh, I can't remember. I mean, it wasn't too awful much. Now, if you needed an answer to that, I could go back and look it up.
Right.
But I don't have that exact amount. But it wasn't too much, or I would have checked somebody else. So, but I can get the exact number. I just don't have it right
No, I
now.
trust it. You're good. So you've been in Billings for quite a long time.
Mhm.
Do you think there is a need for alternative garbage disposals?
Well, I can't really say because I don't know the contractors or other businesses if they're having any trouble. I only know about our business. And I haven't heard anybody complain, at least contractors that come in that I personally.
Mainly Republic, right? Or Allied?
Republic Services, yeah, it was Allied before, I think. Yeah, so we've been with them a long time.
Gotcha. Have you ever tried calling other people such as Montana Roll-Offs or even McKinsey?
We had McKinsey a long time before we got Republic Service, and we switched. And so in the last 15 years, no, we haven't.
When was the last time you had like a small project in your house?
Well, that was it. Just my
Just
roof.
the roof?
Yep, that's it.
It's a pretty big project though, right?
Well, it was for the roofers.
Yeah, you're not gonna see me on there, I can tell you that. Yeah, I appreciate your time.
You
Thank
bet.
Mackenzie, have any questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Montana Roll-Off, any questions?
No questions for this
We'll
witness.
move to commissioner questions. Is Commissioner Booth check online or is she not?
She's on, but I don't know. She may be
All right, well,
in another.
Commissioner Buchek, if you have questions, sure, raise your hand and let us know. While we wait for that possibility, we will go to Commissioner Molnar. Do you have any questions for this witness?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
I have just one.
Can we move the microphone to the commission, please? Thank
I
you.
was speaking
An extra loud would work out. Do you think competition
helps lower prices for the consumer.
I would say you need some competition, sure, to keep. So there's no price gouging or anything like that.
I'm
So
sorry, I can't hear you. Oof.
I can get up.
I can.
Oh, I can get up.
Charged by the mile.
Well, I think there's always room for competition. I mean, it helps keep the prices even for the consumer. So, you know, people at least are honest with their pricing. You can call and get a second opinion if you think you're being charged too much. But I'm kind of going by the truss industry because we have some healthy competition, but we all play by the same rules. So we're pretty evenly priced. But I would say yes.
If a garbage hauler contacted you and was able to do the same amount of work for half the price, would you consider that?
Only if they could do as good a job. I mean, they would have to be able to provide the exact same service that we're getting now. Because for us, with our yard and everything that we have, it's important to get to have our garbage in and out because we have a lot of lumber and stuff out there, and we have it all set up when those drivers come in on Thursday. There's no trucks in the way. They know they're coming, and so I would be hard pressed to switch unless it was a significant, but they would have to provide the same service.
Well, thank you for that.
You
for
bet.
that answer.
Mhm.
Do I have any questions from staff, attorney, or staff?
No questions.
Okay, let's do, recross. Would, not a problem, like to recross this witness.
No, Commissioner.
Mackenzie, any cross?
No questions.
Okay,
No questions from.
all right. Well, let's talk about redirect. Any redirects, sir?
No redirect, Mr. Chairman.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Yes, please.
All right. Yeah, you may go. Thank you.
All right,
for your
thank
time
you. You
to
bet.
testify here today. Republic, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One moment, please. Republic calls Chris Henkels. Mr. Henkels was sworn in yesterday, so. Not in a hurry.
Take your time, sir.
All right, good morning, Chris. Can you state and spell your full name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Chris Henkels. First and last name spelled, sir?
Yes, please.
Chris, C-H-R-I-S, Henkels, H-E-N-K-E-L-S.
Chris, where do you live?
Billings, Montana.
Okay, and who is your employer?
Republic Services.
Okay, how long have you worked for Republic Services?
Since 2010.
Okay, so that's about 15 years?
Correct.
16 years, I suppose now?
Yes, sir.
Before you worked for Republic, what did you do?
I worked for Waste Management for 5 years prior to that. And then before that, I worked for a family-owned and operated garbage company that my father started in 1977.
Oh, okay. So long history in the garbage industry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before that, I understand you and I have some common heritage. What was your employment before that?
After high school, I did decide to serve my country for 4 years. So,
okay. And when you say serve your country, what do you mean?
I joined the United States Marine Corps.
Oh, very good. What'd you do for the Marines?
Supply and logistics. I was with Marine Aircraft Group 29. So we spent a lot of time loading, unloading ships, deploying. It's kind of a tough one to answer. We
Sure.
did a lot of things in the Marines.
Very good. Let's bring it back to what you do now. What is your current position with Republic Services?
I'm the operations manager for the Billings division.
Okay. Can you generally describe for the commission, what are your responsibilities as the operations manager in Billings?
So I work really close with a team of 2 supervisors, 2 dispatchers, an ops clerk, about 39 drivers on a daily basis. That includes, planning the routes for the week, the month, what's coming down in 3 months, 6 months, making sure we have enough equipment available to serve our customers safely. Also work on training and retraining and keeping our employees at top notch. So, the training never stops. So, we have our OSHA meetings, our Focus Together meetings every month. refreshing the behind the wheel instructors, so they get the refresh, so they're training the new employees. Those kind of things. Yeah,
Okay. Broad responsibilities?
there's quite a bit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Through your work with Republic, how familiar have you become with the operational aspects of Republic's Class D service here in the Billings hauling division?
I'm fairly familiar. I have been here for almost a year now, so this is my first time speaking in front of these people, so this is a learning experience as well.
Okay. Does the Billings hauling division serve Yellowstone County in a 50-mile radius around Yellowstone County?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So if I refer to the service area or the proposed service area from now on, what I mean is that Yellowstone County in 50-mile radius. During your time at Republic and specifically, I guess, in the last year since you've been here in Billings, are you aware whether Republic has made any operational commitments to serve customers in the service area?
100%, yeah. We make operational commitments every day to service these customers. Yes.
Okay. Can you help us with some examples? What kind of commitments is Republic making?
We operate at Republic Services under a universal service commitment standard. And that's basically saying that you're going to provide a service to the customer by this date, because that's what we've promised our customer. So we are actually rated at Republic Services on the universal service commitments, which is 9 different categories. And basically it's saying that I promise the customer this date, right? And if I do not execute that service for that customer by that date, we get a failure for that.
When you say rated, do you mean that there's some external body that's rating Republic, or do you mean this is Republic holding itself accountable?
Republic holding itself accountable.
Okay.
Yes.
Do the ratings have repercussions for hauling divisions that are not meeting the standard?
Yes, I've been on that list and it's not pleasant.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit more about the commitments here. What kind of commitments are you aware of in terms of resources that Republic has brought to this market?
Can you re-ask that question, please?
Sure. Let me try and ask it a little bit more clearly. Talking about the operational commitments that Republic has made to this market. For example, what equipment purchases has Republic made to serve customers in this market?
So based off our current workload, okay, or customer base, we determine how many vehicles we need to be a sustainable operation. So at any time, if we feel like we're below that, we will acquire or purchase new equipment to make sure we meet that route ready standard on a daily basis.
Okay. So when you say route ready standard, what I hear you saying is as the maybe need grows or as you foresee a need, Republic is purchasing equipment to meet that need. Is that?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. How is that true or not? How is that true for personnel, like employees?
The same. So the route ready standard is broken. You want the same driver, the same route, the same truck every day. And that's what makes your service consistent for our customers.
Okay.
Okay. So of course, people are always the most important thing we do every day, right? So people, trucks, and your routes all got to be the same so you can be sustainable. As far as equipment, we're monitoring that to make sure we have the right people, the same trucks, so all the right equipment to service the customers.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your goal is consistency then?
100%, yes.
Okay. When you are talking about that consistency for customers, is there a goal that Republic sets in terms of being there when they plan to be there? Is there a specific time frame that you're looking for?
Not necessarily a time frame. My goal, I will go back to the service commitments, universal service commitments, what we promise the customer.
Okay.
Is our 100% goal. That's a tough one to answer due to the area that we service here in Montana. There's some areas we're just not in every day of the week, but we have got to relay that to our customer so they know and accept that, right? Mm-hmm. In our agreement.
So. Okay. So you or your staff are communicating with the customers?
Yes.
Okay. How, I understand you've got, it's not just you here in the Billings Hauling Division, you've got operations supervisors and analysts that work with you.
Yes.
Do those staff members communicate with customers as well?
Yes.
Okay. And if there was something that they weren't able to handle, would they bring that sort of a issue to you to help
Yes.
resolve?
Yep.
Okay. What is your general understanding of Republic's operations in the service area? Let me ask that question more clearly for you. Sorry. Do Republic's operations in this area include residential, commercial, and industrial service?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And when I say industrial service in Republic's concepts, does that include roll-off dumpster service?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And so for commercial service, that would include maybe smaller dumpsters, not quite as large as a roll-off. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then typically, I think, I understand residential service is what we would think of as sort of a 96-gallon garbage can.
Yes.
Okay. So Republic is serving this whole service area, not just service to industrial customers, correct?
That is correct.
All right. With that in mind, would Republic be able to serve the same type of customers that Not a Problem is applying to serve?
Absolutely.
There was some testimony yesterday, I think you were here for, about the ability to pick up bulk items if customers had them. Would Republic be able to provide garbage service that would meet that need as well?
We would be able to provide the container size applicable to what this customer needs, yes.
Mm-hmm. So the regulated portion of the service, meaning the hauling of the garbage, Republic is able to meet that need?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to be clear, Republic doesn't routinely send its drivers in to help clean out people's garages or anything?
No,
correct?
we do not.
Okay. So the service aspect, loading and unloading the container, that's not something that Republic traditionally does, correct?
No, it is not.
Okay. Based on your position and your time here in Billings, what's your familiarity with Republic's resources as a company, sort of writ large?
I started my career with Republic in Minnesota in 2010. I spent the last 10 years in Florida and recently moved to Montana within the last year.
Okay.
I've worked in 3 different areas at 7 different divisions. And speaking to the sources at Republic Services, it's a large company. If you need something, you just raise your hand and the resources will become available.
Okay. How, you talked a little bit about it already, working in different areas. How did you gain that familiarity with Republic's resources as a larger company?
Experience. You know, there's no playbook to being an operations manager.
Okay.
Like they're trying to invent one. But not when I started. It's just, you learn, you know, it's, hey, can you help me? You know, I'm out of containers. What do I do? And you reach out to the people and it's a big company and they usually take care of you.
Okay.
Actually, they will take care of you.
And so this is a perfect example then. You said you out of containers and reach out to somebody in a situation where the Billings hauling division might be running low on containers. What would you do as the operations manager to address that?
First, I'd quantify the need, get with my general manager and explain what's going on. And then from there, most likely on his direction, reach out to the area.
Okay.
And then, you know, up the chain of command.
And have you had to do something like that in the past?
Yes.
Okay. And what has been the common response when you need more containers?
Quantify it and you'll get it.
Can you give us an idea of the sizes of commercial and industrial containers that are available here in the Billings hauling division?
We offer anything from in rear load and front load, 2 yard, 3 yard, 4 yard, 6 yard, 8 yard. In rear load and front load. We also offer 20, 30, and 40 yard roll-off boxes.
Okay. Can you give us an estimate? And I appreciate that this number may fluctuate a bit, but whatever would be the average inventory of 20 yard roll-off boxes that you have available at any given point in time?
You want the average or the actual?
Well,
Average?
let's start with the average.
Okay, so average, we usually are sitting on around 30, since I've been here in the last year. Around 30-yard containers.
Okay.
20 20-yard containers and 10 40-yard containers.
Okay. And since you raised it, the actual number, I presume you mean like today?
Monday.
Monday,
I was-
what
I
are we
was here
looking at?
yesterday.
What are we looking at?
We had
currently?
52 30 yards. We had 22 20 yards and 11 40-yard containers.
Okay, so it sounds like slightly above the average.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Does that need fluctuate during the course of the year?
100%.
And is it typical to say that in the wintertime, maybe less need, in the summertime, more need?
We're having a favorable January.
Okay.
So that's probably where we're closer to average.
Okay. How about to the extent you have it offhand, for the smaller dumpsters, the I think you said 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8-yard containers, roughly how, do we have a inventory of those?
Yeah, I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it's healthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you say healthy, is it fair to say that there are containers available when needed?
100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Have you looked into the inventory levels for roll-offs and billings historically?
No, not too deep. I have not.
Okay. To the extent that you're aware then, what's the lowest that the inventory has gotten in billings for, let's say 20 yards?
In the last year?
Yeah, last year.
Last year, I think I was down to 8.
Okay.
At one time.
Anything lower than that for the 30 or 40 yards?
30s, yeah, 30s, we were sitting around 25 for a while. 40 yards stay relatively the same. We use a lot of those for swapping out permanent customers.
Okay.
So it's 40-yard demand for temporary is minimal.
Okay. There was some discussion, there's been a lot of discussion, I think, and you've been here, I think, for most or all of it, about the differences in roll-off containers versus dump trailers. In your experience, does the style of container matter, or does the service matter more?
I'm always going to say service.
Why?
That's what we do. We're a service industry. We take care of our customers.
Okay. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's fine. I don't know how to answer other than we do our absolute best to take care of what our customers want.
Okay. So it's sounds like maybe more about meeting the customer's need for garbage hauling.
Their need, correct.
Okay. In the case of either a roll-off or a commercial dumpster, does Republic drop off that container for the customer?
Yes.
And then does the customer fill that container?
The customer fills a container, that is correct.
And then Republic would pick up that filled container?
Yes.
And dispose of the garbage appropriately?
Correct.
Okay. And would that be any different if you were using dump trailers?
I suppose not. No.
To the extent you're aware, in your role as an operations manager, well, let me ask that differently. Do you have familiarity with the maintenance requirements, at least at a high level, of the equipment Republic uses?
Yes.
Okay. To the extent you're aware, is there a meaningful difference between the maintenance that would be required for roll-off containers or commercial dumpsters as compared to dump trailers?
I've never operated a dump trailer.
Okay.
And I'm going to speak from my experience in the industry with roll-off. There's minimal maintenance.
Minimal maintenance of roll-offs?
Correct.
How about for commercial dumpsters?
Same.
Minimal maintenance?
Minimal, yeah.
How many drivers do you have here in Billings that handle roll-offs?
10. We have 10 people that are available to operate roll-off.
Okay, and then for commercial dumpsters, approximately how many?
I'm going to guess my most accurate count would be 11.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of your drive.
Did you just ask, sorry me.
No, please.
Did you just ask for small container, like commercial dumpsters altogether, or rear load, front load?
Oh, I guess if you know the difference, then sure, what you could break it up.
Front load, I'm looking about 6, rear load about 11.
Okay. So 17 between the bunch of them?
Yeah.
Any of those drivers veterans like you?
I believe we have 4 or 5 veterans in our building. Yes. Yeah, actually we have 4 for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
We heard a little bit earlier from one of your drivers, your lead driver, about the training. Are your drivers trained to safely deposit containers?
Yes.
Can you tell us, what does that process look like, both in terms of training and then when they apply their training to safely deposit containers?
So we have a onboarding process that lasts at least a month. Our onboarding starts with first 2 days are in the classroom, watching videos, getting up to speed with VCR processes, getting to know the building, right? Getting to understand what you're going to do. And then day 3 through 20 to 25, depending on the progress of the person, is with a behind the wheel instructor. And that person reports back to the supervisor daily and myself weekly on the progress of the new hire to make sure that they're meeting our company standards.
Okay. Once those drivers are then out in the field operating, if they've got to deposit a roll-off with a customer, can you tell us about how that driver might interact with the customer?
Politely. It's where do you want the container? What can I do? Are there any concerns? We always try to get with the customer when they're available before we set the box down. Yeah.
So fair to say that this comes back to meeting the customer's needs?
100%.
And other than safety issues, is there a reason that your drivers wouldn't drop the roll-off where the customer is asking for it?
We have a phrase that Republic we use, it's called stop work authority. And that's tough to answer other than safety. There's a lot of things that could be going on. Why that driver or employee chooses not to set that down. But we enable our staff, right, to have stop work authority if there's anything unsafe or could happen to the public or just does not seem right, to stop it and not deliver that box.
Okay, so your staff is looking out both for the customer's needs, their own needs, and the public's needs?
The public's needs, yes.
Okay.
It's the best I can answer that question. There's 1,000 things out there that could cause that.
Chris, there's been a little bit of discussion about meeting customer needs from some of the shipper witnesses that were called yesterday. To the extent you are aware, can you tell us, has Republic experienced service commitment failures recently or under your watch?
Under my watch, when I started here in Billings, yes, we were experiencing service commitment failures.
Okay.
As of the last 2 months, we have had 0 universal service commitment failures, and 0 for this month as well. So we've made great progress in closing that loop with our customers. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So when we say service commitment failure, just to be clear, what do you mean when you say the word service commitment failure?
Oh, there are 9 separate categories that we are judged out with service commitments, like I said earlier. And for one example, if we promise a customer that we are going to give them a cart for delivery on Wednesday, and we don't deliver it till Thursday, we will fail.
Okay. And so what I hear you saying is for the last 3 months straight, we've had 0 failures, 100% success.
In Billings, yes.
Out of your division, yeah.
Correct.
So now that you're at a 100%, like what now? What do you do as the operations manager?
I've learned in my, how long has it been? I've been doing this. You never know what's next.
Okay.
You don't, just when you think you've seen it all, something else will show up.
Okay.
But we always got to keep our people and our customers number one.
Yeah. So is Republic committed to meeting the public need around here?
Yes.
Okay. And I think I heard you say it before, but just to make sure that to the extent that you currently don't have or at some point in the future don't have the resources to meet that need, Republic has the ability to pull resources from elsewhere to do so.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Chris, I don't have any other questions for you this time, but I expect the other council will.
Very well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's not a problem. Have any questions for this witness?
We do, Commissioner.
You may proceed.
Need to note for the court reporter that you're back.
Yes, we probably should.
But he did, did he not?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I got it.
You did ask that question, and I was told that you announced your arrival. Thank you.
Great.
Sorry if I'm gonna butcher your last name. Is it Hankels?
Hankels,
Hankels. Do you mind if I call you Chris?
please.
So you moved from Florida to Billings, Montana?
Correct.
How's the change?
I love it. So
Okay.
I'm from Minnesota.
Ah. All right. So you've had, oh geez. Basically, you spent most of your adult life in waste management, that's fair to say.
Correct.
How do you like Allied Waste?
Love it.
Good.
Yep. Great company.
And how long have you been the operations manager?
In Billings,
Yes.
almost a year, be about a year. I'd have to look at the calendar, but yeah,
What was your job title leading up to when you were in Florida?
operations manager.
So more of a lateral shift?
Correct.
Okay. And as part of the operations manager, you know a little bit about finances, right?
Enough to be dangerous.
Oh, I agree. All right, since last year, what's the income when it comes to the Billings area for
I
2025?
can't answer that.
What about 24? Any idea?
Definitely not 24. I
24.
was not here.
Have you increased your profit margins by the time you've been at the helm?
As far as, are you saying from January to December?
Sure.
I still can't answer that.
Has no one from Allied Republic to say, hey, you're meeting quotes or quotas or anything like that?
No, I do get the financial results from finance, but I have not been paying attention to that recently.
It's fair to say Republic or Allied, they make pretty good money, don't they?
Once again, I mean, what's revenue or I don't know. I'm not on the board of directors. I can't tell you that.
So is Allied, is that a publicly held company or is it just a big national?
Publicly held.
Publicly held, so basically answer to all the shareholders then?
I believe so. Yeah.
Are you aware that Allied's made, I think, 15 million last year? Does that sound about right?
I would not know that.
Okay. But do you know if they're in the black or if they're in the red?
Division by division or company, either way, I really can't answer that.
Well, let's just go with this division here. in Montana.
Red,
We're in the red.
this division there's so many categories to this that I really can't answer that question.
That's fair. So basically you guys, what Allied does is you guys do residential, right?
Yes,
You guys do commercial
yes,
and then you do the industrial.
yes,
Okay. Were you here yesterday at all, Chris?
yes, I was.
Okay. And it's fair to say that what the issue here today is not a problem. They want to do the industrial so-called roll-offs, right? Or a different niche of roll-offs, right?
Appears that way.
It's fair to say his intention is not to start up another garbage company such as for residential or commercial.
Objection calls for speculation.
Just from his personal knowledge, what he's heard.
You can refresh his memory, but the evidence is the evidence. Ask him questions about what he knows.
Do you remember hearing that his intention is just to do the dumpster trailers?
I don't remember the exact words around his intentions, so I can't answer that.
Do you think the industrial, let's just divide these into 3 sections, right? Just makes it easy. Do you think there is a niche for the industrial section such as the roll-offs?
I believe that with the providers we currently have in this market, that all our customers' needs are being met.
That's not my question. My question simply is, do you think there's a niche when it comes to these roll-offs or in the industrial section?
Is there a niche? Can you explain, please?
Yeah, like customers want these specific roll-offs or maybe an alternative to a roll-off for a cheaper service.
Once again, I believe that with the 3 people haulers in this room, that all of the customers' needs are being met.
So I take that there is a niche for roll-offs, right? Not asking about if the needs are met or not met. I'm just asking if there's a niche for it.
I believe there is a need for roll-off service.
Okay. Guess as the operational managers, how many roll-offs in total do you have in this division?
In this division?
Yeah.
Do you want to know on the street, how many accounts? I mean, I'm sorry, there's so many things into
Right.
that. Do you want to know our current inventory?
Sure, just roll-offs. I mean, I got your inventory
Yep.
of your assets, but I just want to know about your roll-off section.
Yep, roll off, we have approximately 52 30 yards, 11 40s and 22 20 yards at the moment, as of Monday.
And it's fair to say though is did you review the list of your assets prior to hearing today?
No, not in depth.
Not in depth, but you did review it, right?
Yes.
Just refresh your memory.
I have not seen this.
Objection, there was no question about refreshing memory, so I'm not sure what's going on right now.
Can you give me a list of all your assets in this division?
No, I cannot at the moment.
Would a list of assets refresh your memory from
Assets is regards to
the equipment?
vehicles,
Yes. Also,
maintenance list? Or what do we? Assets have several categories, so please let me help you.
in AWS number 8, equipment, identify all equipment of the protestant located on the premises basis in the service area. Remember those questions at all?
No, I do not.
Identify all equipment of the protestant uses or expects to use in the service area on a weekly or more frequent basis for the services described in the applicant's application. Do you remember reading those questions and providing answers to it?
I
asked and answered.
That was a different question, Judge.
So the question was asked if he knows, if he's reviewed the questions, he has not.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Commissioners, I will move on. From all your roll-offs, how many dump trailers does Allied have?
0.
It's fair to say these containers are they're maintained.
No,
easily.
I gotta back up. Dump trailers, I'm speaking for Billings, correct?
Yes.
0.
It's fair to say these containers, these roll-offs are easier to maintain than dump trailers, right?
I have never operated a dump trailer. I can speak for roll-off, there's minimal maintenance.
Have you ever pulled a trailer before?
Oh, yes, I've pulled trailers. Yep.
Do you own a trailer?
No, sold my boat when I moved from Florida.
It's only 2 good days on boats, right? It's fair to say that dump trailers have more maintenance, is that correct, than containers?
Can't answer that, never operated one.
So you guys have the ability to purchase dump trailers, right?
Once again, that's above my pay grade.
Well, you'd said on direct is, if there's a need, you can grab equipment from other divisions, right?
Correct.
Okay. Have you done that for dump trailers in the Billings area?
Never.
But you have the ability to though, right?
Objection asked and answered.
I agree with that. You said you never hauled these roll-offs before?
I've hauled the roll-off box before, yes.
When was the last time you did?
2018.
Okay. So, you know where Belfry, Montana is?
No, I do not.
So you talk about a service commitment, right?
Mhm.
So if someone from Belfry, if I would say is Belfry is about 50 miles from here, would you agree with that?
Once again, new to the area, I map everything.
Right. So if someone from Belfry calls you or someone from out of town, let's just say Warden. You know where Warden's at?
No, I do not.
Okay.
New to the area.
You know where Cilicia or Edgar, you know where Edgar Bar is?
No, I do not know where
Okay,
Edgar
you
Bar
don't
is.
get out much, all right. So what is the service commitment when someone is not on your routine or you don't really go out there? What's the service commitment?
There are 9 different categories to the service commitments, and I cannot recall them all at the moment, but I'll give you an example. For a missed pickup or extra pickup, it will be completed within 24 hours.
Okay, let's focus on the industrial portion.
Industrial?
Yeah.
Okay, so if they call in for request of service, all right, based off of our map, right, that it would be completed by that day,
When you mean completed, you mean it'd be dropped off or picked up?
whatever the customer requests.
Okay. So what is your guys' service commitment? Is it within 24 hours to drop a box?
When the work order is entered, right, it is entered for the day that we promised the customer.
Okay.
And that's the day that we are in that area.
Okay, so let's just say if a farmer needs a roll-off that day, they can call you, right?
Correct.
And can you guarantee it's gonna be out there that day?
I cannot guarantee same day service.
Why is that?
Depends on what time it calls in.
Can you tell me the difference between a roll-off and a dump trailer?
Roll off goes on the back of a truck and gets dumped. Roll or a dump trailer hooks up to the back of a pickup.
So these roll-off trucks, are they specifically just for roll-offs? Or is it just, you can just buy them at Denny Manhole?
No, they're built for hauling roll off boxes.
They have steel wheels on those roll-offs, don't they?
On roll off boxes?
Yes.
Correct.
You agree with me that roll-off boxes cause damage to property? It certainly can, right?
Do they cause damage? Not if handled correctly. But can they? Yes.
So on a person's yard, it certainly can cause damage to a person's yard, right?
If a person chose to have a roll off box sit in their lawn, and it rained, yeah, it could cause damage.
And boxes are 20 or 30. How wide are they?
Less than 8, about 7'6".
What size is a DOT, right?
Mhm.
Right. It's fair to say they can be limited to areas where they can be dumped, right?
Dumped, We dump ours at a disposal facility,
We dumped, I mean, dropped off.
dropped
Sorry.
off.
Yes.
Yeah, there are limitations. There are special situations where, yeah, we have to get the right size container for the project. Yeah.
And there are times where a dump trailer can get into areas where roll-offs cannot, right?
Never operated a dump trailer. I can't answer that.
How come you guys haven't, Republic or Allied haven't entered into buying dump trailers for other cheaper alternatives?
I can't speak for Republic. I can speak for Billings at the moment.
Sure.
Okay, so right now we have a customer or container size for our customer needs, and we have never been asked for that type of service.
Have you ever offered that service, or have you ever informed clients that there could be other alternatives that you do not have?
How can I answer that one? I guess no would be the answer. I've never offered them a service that we can't provide. Yeah.
Right. Is it something that you guys are just not wanting to get into, is the dump trailer section?
We have never had a demand from a customer for a dump trailer.
Never had a demand for a person saying, hey, I need a dumpster to put my trash in.
All the time.
I'm doing a remodel. Is there a cheaper option? I can't afford $600-700.
I can't answer that one. I'm not in sales. But I do know we sell what the container size is correct.
You see that, you agree with me that there is a public need for cheaper alternative dump removal, pickup besides roll-offs, right?
I believe that between the three haulers in this facility at the moment, we can meet all of our customers' needs with our container sizes.
You're aware that Montana roll-offs was, I think they got theirs in 2024, 2025, right?
I heard that.
Did you guys oppose that one too?
I was in Orlando, Florida.
Are you aware that they did oppose it?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Would you be surprised if they did?
I'm sorry, would you be surprised if they did or didn't?
Did.
Thank you.
Would I be surprised if they were opposed to it?
To Montana roll-offs?
Once again, this is my first time with the PSC. I'm learning how this goes. I don't know.
But you agree with me that competition is healthy, isn't it?
The competition is healthy, yes.
Okay. Competition is basically can reduce costs, right?
Not always.
Reduce fees,
Not always.
but it certainly can, can't it?
Not always.
Chris, thank you for your service. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we're ready for lunch. Does everybody feel good about coming back at say 1:20? Would you guys like 1:30?
Thank you.
We'll need you back after lunch.
Oh, I know. Well, I know.
Let's go off the record at 12:10 and let's be back here at 1:30.
Start. Okay, it's 1:30. We're back on the record. Where we left off was not a problem, just finished questioning the witness. Would Mackenzie like to ask some questions of this witness? Please. Thank you. You may proceed.
Do we need the little pocket?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henkels.
Good afternoon.
My name is Grayson Hill. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mackenzie in this matter. Do you understand that Mackenzie is here protesting this application?
Yes, I understand that.
Before we broke for lunch, you were asked some questions about competition. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about that a little more. Specifically getting into more of that question you were asked about whether, I believe whether competition is always fair, or always good, or something to that effect. Right now in the area that Republic serves and that Mackenzie serves and that's at issue here, do you understand that there's 4 carriers providing Class D services as the city of Billings, Mackenzie, Republic, and MT Roll-Offs?
Yes.
Does that mean there's 4 different fleets of trucks out on the roads?
Yes.
And potentially the same neighborhoods at the same times?
Yes.
And I'm just thinking, I live in Laurel, and so on my street, sometimes I'll see blue containers and green containers on the same days. Is that something that we see in this area?
Yes.
Is it efficient for Republic or a carrier like Republic or Mackenzie to run a route like that?
Could you be more specific, please?
Sure. Like a neighborhood or a street where there's a mixture of customers. The customers on a street or neighborhood are split between, say, Republic and Mackenzie.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find out, is that efficient for a carrier like Republic or Mackenzie?
Best I can answer your question. I'm gonna go back to Brandon's statement yesterday. It goes down to density, right? Whether there's competition on the same streets, irrelevant when it comes to efficiencies. Of course, if you have the whole street, yes, you're probably gonna be more efficient, right? But having multiple carts out there, I'm trying to word this, it doesn't really impact your efficiencies, right? I mean, yes, if you have all the customers, you're more efficient 100%, right? But you base your routes and your plan based off the amount of customers you have in that area. If that helps.
Yeah, I think so. The truck has to, if I'm understanding correctly, a truck has to still go out there to that neighborhood, no matter how many containers are there, right?
Mhm.
And so it's burning at least the fuel to get out there and back, right?
Yes,
And then-
sorry, I'm nodding.
That's all right. And the drivers has to spend that same amount of time to at least get out there and get back, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so the truck is experiencing the same amount of wear and tear to get out there and come back at least, right?
Yes.
Now, are all those considerations the same if you have more or fewer containers in that same route? I understand you're saying efficiency is kind of the same, or maybe you can explain that a little bit better. I think I misunderstood.
I'm gonna try to explain this the best I can. This is just years of experience.
Mhm.
Anytime you build a route, right, you plan your day for the next day, you have to do your due diligence. Okay, there's things you can't control, right? You can't control the distance to and from the first customer. You can't control the distance from the last customer to the landfill, right? You can't control the time from the landfill back to the yard. Can't control the lunch break, right? So you build your route efficiencies based off your customer base and how many miles and time you have to cover that. Does that answer your question?
I think so. It was a mess of a question, but I appreciate the clarification. You're
Yeah,
able to
sorry.
Provide, no, it was. What I'm trying to figure out, there's a cost of business associated with the route, no matter what, how many customers. Is that kind of true?
There's a cost to putting the truck on the route. Yes. Yeah.
If a route gets broken up into split the customers that are potential customers on a route, get broken up into by more competitors, does that decrease efficiency?
That will affect your efficiencies based off density. Because you're driving more miles between stops. Yes.
And would that increase the cost for the business running that route?
Costs, I would say no.
Okay.
Revenue, yes.
What would it do to the revenue?
It would be shorter because you're picking up less stop in the same amount of miles. It's back to Brandon's statement yesterday about density.
So would you agree that it's possible if this application is granted, you could have a route or a neighborhood or even a street where Mackenzie has a container, Republic has a container, maybe Empty Roll-Offs has a container on a construction site, Not a Problem has a dump trailer, and maybe the city of Billings has some cans.
What's your question?
If this application is granted, that's a potential scenario that we could see in this area.
If we're talking about roll-off, that's different. And the reason I say that is roll-off is based off time to haul that one container. A residential route is built off how many homes you can pick up in that time.
Okay, I think I understand. It's not exactly the same as what we were talking about earlier.
It's not apples to apples.
Yeah, I understand. But nevertheless, would that still be a possibility?
Yes.
Does density come into play there?
Once again, I'm gonna go back to residential.
Sure.
Let's just say homes, trash, right? You have a 90-gallon cart. Density plays a huge factor in your efficiencies. Okay. Roll off, you can't pick up 2 boxes at one time. Now, if you had the whole street of roll-off boxes, yes, you're gonna be much more efficient, because when I set this box down at this customer, I'm gonna pick up the next door neighbors. which is only half a block away, instead of driving 30 miles to the next one.
Okay. I understand. But in the potential situation I was getting at a moment ago, where potentially all 5 of these Class D providers are in the same area, that's 5 different trucks in that same area operating too, right?
Correct.
And they've all got drivers spending a similar amount of time at least getting there and going back, right?
Correct.
And fuel. Yeah.
Yes.
And wear and tear on their vehicles.
Yes.
And so would you say, is there do you have any concern about that scenario in terms of competition and density?
It's always a concern, density and what we do every day. It affects our operating cost per hour. And I'm getting torn up between what Josh is trying to build here versus density, versus cost per haul. So yes, there is a possibility we will lose density, which means we would lose our operating cost per hour would go up. That would be a fair answer.
And that would apply to any carrier in a similar fashion, right? For the reasons we discussed, they all
Yes.
have those same concerns.
Yes. Yes.
Does that have an impact on what you can provide your customers?
If we lose density, your routes have to get bigger to be profitable. Best way to answer that is, yeah, it has an effect on the operation, losing density, yes.
And does that affect reach the public in general? And I mean, the community we're talking about here, the Yellowstone County area.
Yeah, I could see that having a trickle down. I've seen it have a trickle down in some areas, yes, in my experience.
Was that a bad trickle down?
Good and bad. And I'm gonna elaborate on this, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. So competition's healthy. I've seen it where you've had municipal contracts with one hauler, right? Which was cost effective for the residents, is handled through Orange County, Florida, right? And went through their taxes. But your service wasn't that good because you didn't have competition, right? But I've seen the other side of that in Minnesota where they open it up to 8 haulers in the same neighborhood on the same day, right? And now you have 8 haulers on the street trying to do the same service. And that had a positive impact for competition wise, but negative on the streets and the service. Just the wear and tear and how much equipment's on the street. So I can't really answer that question, but I see both sides of this.
Okay. So it can be bad for the people that actually live there on those neighborhoods.
Yes.
Do you see it being bad in here if there was the addition of a 5th competitor?
I believe that the current haulers in place can provide the service that our customers require.
And that the public in this area requires.
The public in this area requires, yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Montana roll-off, do you have any questions for this witness?
Chairman Panucci, and no, we have no questions for this witness.
We'll move to commissioner questions. Commissioner Luchek, do you have any questions for this witness?
No question, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Molnar, any questions for this witness?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me or should I go get the little speaker or get by the mic?
It'd be better to have the mic. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll try this. I'm gonna move to the mic. How's that?
That's great. Thank you.
Okay, you got the magic touch. Thank you. You've been the operations manager for about 1 year.
Billings, correct.
Yes, so I'm gonna assume that you look back a year or two, see the population densities, revenue, et cetera, and then make projections for the coming year and set your budget in that manner. Would that be accurate?
I am not part of setting the budget or the projections.
Okay, would you know whether or not with the recent entry of Montana roll-offs, was there a reduction in customers or revenue due to their entry in the market?
I understand that the Billings division, and that happened prior to me getting here, went from 9 routes to 5 routes, 5.5 routes, with the introduction of Montana waste. I call it Montana waste. Is that correct? Yeah.
So, did those customers go to them or did they?
I can't speak for
What,
that. It
what was their shift?
before I got here?
Yeah.
But I do know there's some lost business and.
Well, I'm sure that in your job, you talk to people that talk shop and they know what happened.
Yeah.
Do you have I'm not asking you
My
to
understanding
swear
is
on a
yes.
Bible.
One at a time.
My understanding is yes, there was some lost business to Montana.
Do you know what happened to the business? Did they go to Montana roll-offs? Did they go to McKinsey? Did they close up shop because of COVID? Do you have any idea?
I can't answer that. It's-
Okay.
Like I said before I got here, sir.
Okay, this will be similar to a question I asked prior to this. Because all the testimony was that the costs haven't changed. Virtually everybody in the industry charges the same. So for a duration of a container sitting there of a certain size, we'll say it's $250. Everybody's pretty equal. So if there's a shift, it's not because of cost. Could it be because of service as a perception through the eye of the customer?
A service issue? Yeah, I can see that happening. Absolutely.
Okay. Can you think of any other reason if the costs are the same?
Yep.
The equipment's the same. Can you think of another reason there would be a shift because of an entrant into the market, a new entrant?
I can't, no, I can't speak. If everything's the same cost, right, and your customers are happy, yeah, I don't see there being a reason for them to leave or a shift.
I thank you for your candor, sir.
I have no questions for this witness. Does my staff attorney have any questions for this witness?
No questions.
Mr.
Okay,
President?
let's go. Yes.
Mr. President, when people say Montana roll-offs, I think they're referring to MT roll-offs. It's different.
I apologize.
Okay, let's go into recross.
It was probably my bad.
Not a problem. Do you have any recross for this witness?
No, Commissioner.
Okay, how about MT roll?
Thank you, Commissioner Ferraggi. We have no questions for this witness.
Okay, how about McKenzie?
No further questions for this witness.
Any redirect?
Just a short redirect, Commissioner.
You may proceed.
Chris, I just want to address one thing. The question from Commissioner Molnar a moment ago about why we might have seen shifts in routes or shifts in customers since the entry of MT roll-offs to the roll-off market. You were here for the testimony yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you heard, and I confess I don't recall if it was yesterday or today, but there was testimony that the owner of MT roll-offs was previously in the construction industry.
Yes, I heard that. Yes.
Okay, and now he is serving the roll-off needs for the construction industry, correct?
Correct.
Is it possible that his relationships with the other members of the construction industry may have driven that shift?
Judge objection, that's speculation.
For the same, I'm sorry, might I be permitted to respond?
Yes.
The same question was asked by the commission and the witness was allowed to answer as to his thoughts on why a shift might have happened, and I'm just asking for the same leeway.
So your question was about the owner of MT roll-offs.
The question was mirroring the question from the commission, what some possible reasons were that might have driven a shift in customers or a shift in routes following the entry of MT roll-offs to the market. And so I'm just asking the same question and addressing a different possibility for that question.
Overruled.
Chris, I'll ask the question again just to make sure we've got it clear for the record. Is it possible due to the relationship or potential relationships between the owner of MT roll-offs as a member of the construction community and the need for roll-off service by the remainder of the construction industry, that those relationships may be one reason that customers chose to change service?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
That would be wonderful, Commissioner.
Sir, you may be excused. And,
thanks, Chris.
Thank you guys very much.
Mackenzie, you can call your next witness. The public.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, Republic calls Dana Rowe. And I believe Mr. Rowe was not sworn in yesterday, so we need to swear him.
Sir, I need you to stand, raise your right hand. You swear to testify you are about to give, the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
I will.
Republic, you may proceed with your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rowe, can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Dana Rowe, D-A-N-A-R-O-W-E.
Mind if I call you Dana?
That would preferable.
Okay. Dana, where do you live?
I live in town here.
In town here, being Billings?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived here?
Since 86.
86. I will not tell you where I was in 86. What do you do for work, Dana?
I was the assistant manager at Jupiter Sulphur. I am now the quality control technician and safety officer at Jupiter Sulphur.
Okay. How long have you been there with Jupiter Sulphur?
22 years.
Oh, nice. Where is Jupiter Sulphur located?
Jupiter Sulphur is located at the downtown Billings Refinery. We're connected at the fence, which is 2210 7th Avenue South.
Okay. That's in Yellowstone County?
It's the county, yes.
Okay. What kind of work generally does Jupiter Sulphur do?
We are Phillips 66's tail gas plant, which means we process their H2S and we basically burn it to SO2 and make a fertilizer.
Okay.
And it gives Phillips 66 clean air in return.
Sounds good.
So we take care of the SO2 problem.
Okay. As part of its ordinary business, does Jupiter Sulphur have garbage that it generates?
Yes.
Okay. What does it do with that garbage?
We have industrial waste, we have hazardous waste, and then we have construction debris.
Okay. And how does Jupiter Sulphur dispose of each of those categories of garbage?
So industrial would be like office type debris, boxes, garbage sacks out of the lunchroom. Hazardous waste, I ship out with different vendors, and then construction, we usually keep a roll off on hand.
Okay.
It usually contains construction debris for us would be pulling insulation off in tin and putting that into a roll off and getting it to the landfill.
Okay. How many roll offs does Jupiter Sulphur use?
It varies. I keep one on site at all times, And, but during a turnaround, which is a construction-like activity, when we're taking a plant down, we've got 3 plants. We take a plant down and we could be putting fire brick in there. We could be putting boiler tubes for recycling, all sorts of debris.
Okay. Have you ever had the need for more, other than that? More roll-offs?
We do, and we call and they show up.
Okay. Who do you call?
Republic.
How often do you find that you need to call Republic for roll-offs?
During a turnaround, it can vary. Within a couple days, I need swap outs. Construction debris could be a month.
Okay.
They do show up on Monday and Wednesdays to get our industrial off a 6-yard hopper.
Okay, so you have a dumpster as well as a roll-off?
Dumpster, yeah.
Okay, and so I think I heard you say they collect your dumpster twice a week?
Yeah, we've got 2 dumpsters.
2 dumpsters, all
One
right.
at the warehouse, one at the plant.
Okay, is it the same collection routine for both of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then how about for the roll-off? How often does that get serviced?
When it gets to getting close to full, I make a phone call.
Okay, and then from the time you call, what's the typical turnaround till it gets serviced?
Afternoon, it'll be the next day. We've had it where it's been 2 days just because of holidays or we're busy.
Okay.
I make a call, they pick it up, they give me a new one. It's pretty simple for us.
Okay, how your experiences with Republic so far, how satisfied are you with Republic?
Pretty darn satisfied.
Okay.
We're busy enough, we don't need any extra hassle, so I make a phone call. Their team shows up and they haul to the dump for us and bring us a fresh one.
Okay. Scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the worst, 10 being the best. How would you rate Republic?
I would say a 10. We haven't had any issues. They've had some management changes, and when they bring new people in, they usually stop over and visit with us, drop a card, and to be perfectly honest, I've got their phone numbers on my personal phone, and I can text them or call them, and they will bring a roll-off to me.
Sounds like they're pretty available.
Keeps my life pretty simple.
Okay. Big picture, does Republic meet Jupiter Sulphur's waste disposal needs?
They have since probably about 2012. That's when I took the job over.
Thank you, Dana. I have no further questions at this time. I expect there may be a couple from the other council.
Does not a problem have questions for this witness. You may proceed.
Mr. Rowe, can I call you by your first name?
Please.
So Dana, my name is Lane. I represent Not a Problem. So Republic, they asked you to come here today, right?
Yes, sir.
And your official capacity, you work at Jupiter Sulphur, right?
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch like your title though. I didn't catch.
So I was assistant manager. We are partially owned by Phillips 66. They brought in a Phillips 66 manager who brought his team with him, and they kept me and put me in the quality control safety technician role.
Right. So you've had Republic since 2012, right?
That's when I first took the job.
Okay.
But I started in 2004, and I'm not sure, but we've had them for as long as I can remember.
So you have them on the garbage side on a routine weekly basis, right?
Yeah, 2 times a week. Yeah.
And that's what, a Monday, Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay, and there's 2 dumpsters there?
Yes.
Okay. And there's always a roll off there, right?
Generally.
Okay.
It depends. If we have a slow time of year, have them pick that roll off and take it. But right now we're trying to update our heat tape, which generates a lot of insulation waste. So I have a roll off on site to collect that waste.
So your contact with Republic is more of on the business side, right?
Yes.
Okay. Not on a personal side?
No, sir.
No. When was the last time you had to like remodel your home?
Objection, beyond the scope, correct?
Sustain.
Okay, have you ever used a Republic on a personal level?
Objection beyond the scope of.
Judge, he's part of the public. That's one of the issues public needs. He's testifying on behalf of commercial side. Now I'm asking on the need on the private side.
If we might be allowed to respond briefly. If the applicant wishes to put on testimony, that's what they have their case in chief for, and we are under no obligation to provide them witnesses to put on their case. This is our witness. I asked a very limited set of questions on direct, and I'm just asking that the cross be confined to direct.
We'll sustain that, Judge.
So you've had to call Republic for a roll off, and sometimes they're the next day, right?
Yes.
Okay, sometimes 2 days.
It depends on if they are, if it's a holiday.
Okay. How about, did they ever tell you, hey, we're busy right now, we'll get to you as fast as possible?
Probably.
How many times has that happened since 2012?
Not very often.
Have they ever dropped one off that same day?
Oh, yeah.
How many times?
I have no idea.
Do you agree with me that Billings has changed or increased in population in the last 5 years?
Objection beyond the scope of direct.
Judge, no further questions.
Would Mackenzie like to question this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
MT Roloff,
MT Roloff says no questions for this witness.
we'll move to Public Service Commission questions. Commissioner Bukacek, would you like to ask any questions?
No questions, sir.
Commissioner Molnar?
No questions.
I have no questions for this witness. Would my staff attorney like to ask a question?
No questions.
Okay, let's go to recross. Not a problem with the recross. No, Judge? We didn't have any questions. Okay, so I guess we're back to redirect.
We have no, Republic has no redirect, and we'd ask that this witness be permanently excused at this time.
Okay, well, you can be permanently excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. Republic, your next witness, please.
If the commission would give us just a moment, I believe our next witness will be appearing by Zoom, and I'd just like to verify that they've logged on and are able to connect with us.
You think they've sworn in?
They have not sworn in. They would need to get sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
Nobody's on yet.
You'll give me just a moment, maybe with a brief recess, we'll call the witness just to make sure you can log on.
That's fine.
2 minutes, perhaps, Commissioner.
We'll go off the record. Time is like 2:03 p.m. Would you like to move on to a next witness or you rest?
So this would have been our last witness at this time of public arrests.
Okay. Is MT roll off, having witnesses that like to call?
Do at this time, Chairman Panucci, we call Buckley Reynolds to the floor.
Sir, have you sworn in?
Yes.
You may proceed with questioning this witness.
Buckley, can you state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Buckley Reynolds, Buckley-Reynolds.
Buckley, what do you do for a living?
I have an excavation business, and recently, a year and a half ago, we were granted our number to haul C&D.
Okay, so tell me about that excavation business.
We have multiple excavators, dump trucks, side dumps, residential, commercial, a little bit of everything.
And Buckley, are you from Montana?
Yes,
Okay, where?
I was raised at north of Reed Point and now live in Shepherd.
Did you graduate from Shepherd High School?
I did.
And your excavation business, did you start that after high school or?
Yes, I mean directly after.
And what's that? You might have said this, but what's the business called?
Overtime Enterprises.
Okay. And does Overtime Enterprises, do they engage, do they have any authority as a motor carrier?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
We got our DOT license or DOT number right away in 2000, I believe, 99, 2000, and we've had trucks ever since.
And that's interstate, not just in Montana.
Yes.
Okay. How many employees do you have at Overtime?
4.
And what's your role currently with Overtime?
Just everything. I mean, everything that persists of an owner. I mean, but operating equipment to hauling equipment, everything.
As part of the business that you started after high school, did you get your commercial driver's license?
Yes.
And how long have you had that?
Since I was 18.
And do you also have license for to operate heavy equipment?
I wouldn't really say license, I guess, but I mean, no, I don't have any paperwork that says.
Do you operate heavy equipment?
Absolutely.
Okay. And would you have any safety training associated with the CDL and the heavy equipment?
We've gone through multiple things, especially, going into refineries, different places, they, require us to go through their safety training along with what we do on ourselves and what our insurance company requires us to do.
How did you get involved with MT roll-offs?
Friend of mine and I joined together to make the company. Recently, well, I don't remember what month.
Last summer.
Yeah. Last summer, John wanted to pursue his job at Cop Construction farther and just really didn't feel that he would be able to put in the time that he felt was needed as a partner.
And did you buy him out or how did that work?
Yes.
Okay. You were a part of MT roll-offs during the hearing on the initial application in 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Prior to that hearing, did you do any research about how the commission regulates waste haulers in Montana?
Yes.
And tell me about that. What did you look at or?
Well, I just knew that there was, especially from people that I knew prior to, that there was some sort of rule. I didn't know what it was, but obviously looked it up, figured it out. Actually, one of my insurance agents was the one that told me about it.
Do you recall approximately when MT roll-offs application was approved?
I think it was approved like in August, and I don't think we got permission to haul or do until like October.
Okay. Can you tell me what Class D services is empty roll-offs authorized to provide?
Construction sites, mostly C and D and, certain cleanups, and obviously with having overtime, we do some demo work and we load our own dumpsters with excavators, that sort of thing.
Does empty roll-offs Class D certificate, does it limit you to using roll-off containers?
Yes.
Okay. When did empty roll-offs start providing those Class D services?
I think we started the 1st of November. Either the 1st of November.
Let me just go grab my exhibit. Were you involved with filing empty roll-offs annual report for 2024?
Yes.
And would you recall the numbers from that report off the top of your head?
No.
Would it help you to look at the document to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'm gonna turn to, just for everyone else's reference, it's exhibit 106. It's pages 36 through 46 of exhibit 106. The page numbers are on the left lower 36 to 46. Oh, actually 35 to. Luckily, if you look at page 38. Can you tell me what the empty roll-offs Class D revenue was for 2024?
37,406.
And expenses?
Expense. Down here. Right here. Expenses are 71,781.
Now my Bates numbering is blocking the net income or net loss. But with those numbers, your expenses being about twice as high as your revenue, did empty roll-offs have a loss or income?
Loss.
About the same as the revenue, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did MT roll-offs acquire additional equipment since it started operations in November of 2024?
Absolutely.
What kind of things have you acquired?
We've acquired 3 more big trucks and 2 small truck pickups.
If I asked you off the top of your head, how many total containers MT roll-offs has, could you tell me that?
I keep that number very close. I mean, it's 103. I like to, that's what we're shooting for, is more of those.
Okay. And what sizes of containers does MT roll-offs have?
We have 9s, 12s, 15s, 20s, and 30s.
Are you familiar with the roll-off container sizes that are offered by your competitors, Republic and McKenzie?
Yes, especially after looking at it at this hearing.
And does MT roll-offs offer sizes that aren't currently offered by Republic or McKenzie?
Yes.
Okay. If I asked you off the top of your head for the approximate number of customers that MT roll-offs has served since October 2024, would you know that off the top of your head?
I saw it in this.
What
It
is
says
it?
196.
Okay. I want to talk about these dump trailers. Do you have any experience using a dump trailer?
I have a couple of them, yes.
Okay. And so what do you use them for?
Well, prior to having a roll-off business, we had them, my wife and I were flipping houses, I guess I should say. We'd buy some houses and clean them out, and we were doing all that work ourselves, but there again, we couldn't get dumpsters, and every once in a while we use one of our own side dumps or a dump truck or something like that, but it was.
To your knowledge, have any shippers called MT Roll-Offs specifically requesting a dump trailer?
To my knowledge, there's not been one phone call for a dump trailer.
And who answers the phone at MT Roll-Offs?
My daughter, Haley,
Okay, so if we ask Haley when she testifies, she would know for sure.
she definitely will know.
If you had received calls from shippers wanting specific Class D services using a dump trailer, would MT Roll-Offs have the resources to acquire dump trailers?
Definitely have the resources. If there seemed to be a need in something like that, I would definitely entertain the thought if I thought it was a better way of tracking.
You haven't done that.
No,
Why haven't you done that?
haven't had a phone call that I know of,
Okay.
or at least I mean, it would take multiple phone calls, I would say, before
You would need to have more than one person.
yes,
Asking for that. Okay. You were here for Mr. Nott's testimony yesterday.
yes.
Did you hear him explain what he believes the difference to be between roll-off containers and dump trailers?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of, or what do you believe the difference is between those two types of containers?
I mean, there's I guess obviously a large difference. I mean, you're setting something down that is meant to be set down and loaded. Why it's sitting there. I mean, I don't believe that a dump trailer was designed to be loaded sitting unhooked from a vehicle. I don't believe that I believe that jack is probably not rated.
Jackson, is he an expert? I don't know if he's qualified to give that testimony regarding the design of a dump trailer.
May I respond?
Do you want to respond?
I'm good.
We're gonna.
Okay. Go ahead, Buck.
I mean, it's just, in my experience, so, yeah.
Your personal knowledge.
Yeah, I think there's a tip rating there. I think if it was loaded too heavily to the back, it could tip up. I don't know.
Have you ever loaded it, unhooked it from the truck and loaded your dump trailers while they're just sitting there on the ground?
No.
Okay. Why not?
I have, the ones that I have are goosenecks, which are different than a bumper pull, but.
Okay. Does MT Roll-Offs have roll-off containers that have wheels similar to a dump trailer?
No.
Okay. Does a MT Roll-Offs have roll-off containers that have wheels on them though?
Oh, yes. In our last few orders of the smaller containers that we use in the residential and commercial, whichever, but we ordered them with rubber wheels so that they don't damage the concrete. Obviously, the weight or something could, when it gets hot in the summertime, if you set them on asphalt, they will settle that asphalt because asphalt will move. But as far as damaging the concrete, we usually use those rubber wheeled ones. And then if it's brand new concrete, we try to either slide, like these guys have said, plywood or something under the front so it doesn't scar it. So.
Buckley, in your experience, is it fair to say that there's safety risks associated with the use of both types of those containers?
Absolutely.
Okay.
There's risk in any sort of moving object that is heavy.
If not a problems application is granted, what concerns do you have about the continued operations for MT Roll-Offs?
My biggest concern is, I think we're really just getting into the niche in this town with the smaller size containers. Hadn't seen very many other customers using a smaller, like a 450 size pickup to moving containers. It's always been mostly big trucks. And I don't think we've seen the full. I don't know how many this town needs of those yet, just because we are just starting to kind of get into that niche. And I do think there's a niche for it, but I don't think we've also got the chance to get them out yet.
It's been about 14 months.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you have concerns? The business is not profitable yet, right?
No.
Okay. And your plan is to make money.
Absolutely.
Right. That's the point. Okay. And so do you have concerns that allowing another hauler in to the market is gonna affect your ability or the timeline that you have for empty roll-offs to become profitable?
Absolutely. And I stress the fact that that I don't think since it took so long for the last number, I'm going to say, to be granted, that I don't think only 14 months, there's been enough time to actually see where this all goes with just the 3 haulers.
And we heard you were here for testimony from Republic and Mackenzie's witnesses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They both said that they feel like maybe you've taken some roll-off business away from them.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Why do you think that you've had success taking on customers?
I guess it's hard to say, because I mean, I shouldn't say I've never asked the customer why they switched or why they used us instead, but I mean, I believe customer service has a lot to do with it. And I take nothing away from the other customers or the other, providers, but I mean, it's working.
Repeat that last bit.
I guess I can't say for sure exactly why people have switched or new people have come on. I can't say for sure, but I guess whatever we're doing is working.
Is that something that you're, and I'll ask Haley this as well, but are you documenting, when you get a new customer, who have they used before or anything like that? That's not anything you're tracking.
I've never tracked it.
It's not something you're interested in.
No.
And could it also be because you offer a wider variety of container sizes?
I think it has a lot to do with it. I mean, I'm not, obviously the big customers, they don't care that we have 9-yarders, but I mean, the ones that have just 30s, but I don't know if the variety, but I do think in all instances, I do think the word gets around faster if you have more variety.
And when a customer calls empty roll-offs for roll-off service, how long are they waiting to get a container delivered?
For the most part, we can do it same day. It really depends on the urgency of the customer. I mean, we've been as reactive as we possibly can. Just being new, we try to fulfill, it don't matter, Saturdays, Sundays, evenings, whatever. I'll go jump in a truck, whatever. It's been just trying to, that's what it takes, I guess, to build this thing where we want it to be.
And is that the same thing for if a customer needs a pickup or a disposal run?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you got a fairly large service area, right?
Yes.
And since getting that certificate 14 months ago, have you had customers across that service area, or where are your customers primarily located?
Oh, it's all over them. I mean, I would love to get even more. I mean, I believe there's need for it outside of our area.
And I mean, in terms of, we've had some confusion about the proposed service area in Not a Problem Hauling's application. What's the overlap, or what, based on your understanding of what the proposed service area, what is the overlap between the 5 counties that you serve and the proposed service area for Not a Problem Hauling?
I mean, it's obviously within all of our area, and then plus some. I mean, they're asking, to get into even possibly Garfield County or Petroleum, if you use that 50-mile circle from the corner of Yellowstone County.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Does not a problem have any questions for this witness?
You brought it all up this time.
I did. Mr. Reynolds, my name is Lane Chevek. I represent Not a Problem Holland. Mr. Reynolds, do you mind if I call you Buckley?
That's fine.
Okay. So when did you apply for your Class D certificate?
When?
Yeah.
Well, it must have been early 24.
Who objected to your application?
McKinsey and Republic,
Shocker. Same arguments they're making here today, right?
similar.
Pretty tough process, right?
Yes.
I guess one of the questions I have is, you have 103 containers, right, or roll-offs?
Yes.
You got 5 trucks, right?
Yes.
Okay. On average, how many is that compared to trucks to containers? About 20, right? 20 containers to 1 truck?
I shouldn't, I don't think I think that number is different. I think it's more like 30 to 40. It really depends. I mean, the distance has, I mean, if you're making Red Lodge runs or whatever, but ratio to truck, you can't really put it like that.
I mean, do you have to have 1 truck for each container, or?
No.
Why is that?
Because that truck can pick up multiple containers.
Right. And you made revenue wise, you made 37 cowboy math. You made around 37 in November and December of 24, right?
Yes, that's what, yeah.
Okay. How many did you start out with containers?
Initially 4 or 5, and within the first, I think 2 or 3 months, we had 25. We made our first order in November.
Is that why you got your expenses so high?
Yeah, I mean, it's an expensive business to get into.
Right. The name of the game is try to show a loss at the end of the year, right?
I don't believe that in a new business sense. I mean, I think you want to show profits so that your bankers enjoy seeing you.
I mean, if you're saying you're making no money, but you started with 4 or 5, and now you have 103 in 14 months. Business is pretty good, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. You agree with me that the reason why you wanted to get into this industry is you saw a niche these two weren't doing, right?
Yes.
Smaller containers type thing.
Yeah.
So have you ever asked, or have you ever told a customer, hey, we have a cheaper option. We could do a dump trailer. You said you own 2 of them on another business.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever tell them, hey, we have a cheaper option? We can go with a dump trailer.
I don't see how that is cheaper. I mean, I still have to hook it up to the same size of vehicle that tows it somewhere.
Did you ever tell them that you have another option then as a dump trailer instead of a rollback or roll off?
I have not, because I mean, it's actually, I mean, a smaller container goes on less axles. I mean, there's just a lot less moving parts.
Right. And you agree with me that these roll-offs compared to these dump trailers are apples to oranges, right?
I believe so.
More maintenance on a dump trailer since you own 2 of them?
Yes.
Is there a whole lot of maintenance on these containers?
They get beat up, but I mean, they're easier to fix and
Easier
I
maintenance,
mean, I would say so, yes.
cheaper maintenance too?
Yeah,
More cost effective for these roll-offs, right?
yes.
But there's pros and cons to, let's be honest, there's pros and cons to a dump trailer, there's pros and cons to a roll-off, right?
I suppose in certain situations, yes.
What are the safety risks when it comes to a roll-off?
I guess I'm not sure as far as, I mean, people crawling around on it, I mean, cars hitting it. I mean, there's risks and everything being
Damage to property,
possibly, I mean, used incorrectly or dropped off incorrectly.
right? So you mentioned that the safety risk with a dump trailer, you understand that dump trailers have stabilizer jacks, right?
Yes,
They have wheel chocks, right?
yes, but they can be moved.
And those things are to prevent injury or equipment failure, right?
I'm gonna go back to that stabilizer jack. I think them stabilizer jacks are on the rear. Only,
Right,
not in the front where there's only one jack.
depending on the dump trailer, right?
Depending, yes, but I've never seen a dump trailer with front stabilizers.
Ever seen his dump trailer? How many calls a month do you get regarding rollbacks or?
No
roll-off?
idea.
No idea?
I don't, I honestly don't. I mean,
Do you know how many, you know how many times the phone rings at all per day?
I'm just gonna object. This is outside the scope of direct. Ms. Reynolds will testify about the office work and the number of calls coming in if you wanna wait and ask those questions of her.
I'll strike that, Judge. Do you think that there is a public need for your services?
I believe so, yes.
That's different from what these two do, right?
Similar, but yes. I mean, I mean, everybody has a different mold of their business or different idea.
One of the questions was, well, why are you getting customers and they're alleging that you're taking them away?
Can't answer that. I definitely don't question them, asking them what
Right,
what reason.
Right? So you agree with me, it's either the cost or the service you provide?
Both, I would say, definitely.
Are you cheaper than McKinsey and Allied?
I don't know. And I don't know that, and I don't know where they lay, but like what they've said also, it really depends on where the service is at. I mean, and if you already have some stuff there,
And you think you're different is because of the customer service, right?
yes.
Have you ever had has one of your containers ever damaged residential property?
Not to my knowledge.
Ever had insurance claim on it?
No.
What safety requirements does your insurance carrier require you to have when it comes to these roll-offs?
What limit of like,
Basically, does your insurance carrier require you to do safety training for these roll-offs?
no, but we do it on in-house and we have our own safety program.
Did you have these safety programs prior to filing? On
No.
yours?
What's that?
Did you have any safety training prior to when you filed?
For this?
No, for yours. When you filed yours?
For our PSC number? Is that what you're talking about?
Sure.
No, we didn't have anything in place. No.
Luckily, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Does McKinsey have any questions for this witness?
No, it does not.
Any questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to commissioner questions. Commissioner Boothcheck, any questions for this witness?
Yes, sir. I have two.
Proceed.
Have there been any reports of incidents of damage by empty roll-off containers?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now this next question, Mr. Chair or Pam, if I'm out of line, let me know. So in the process of empty roll-offs getting Class D certificate, you said McKenzie and Republic used the same arguments against your getting Class D permit as they are using for not a problem. If you could summarize for me whether or not you think the arguments of McKenzie and Republic are more pertinent and compelling against not a problem than they were against empty roll-offs, and if so, how?
I don't believe they're any different. Does that answer the question?
Okay, so the arguments aren't different, but do you think they're any more persuasive against when you were doing it versus when not a problem is doing it? Are their arguments any different? Not maybe different, but maybe more persuasive? Or are there nuances that make it different in your case versus not a problem?
I mean, I think some of the things that have been brought up possibly, but not, I don't think the argument is any different. Or am I saying that right? Thinking that right? Is that answering your question?
Yeah, yes. Okay, and my last question for you. So in addition to McKenzie and Republic's arguments, what arguments would you say are specific in empty roll-off's case? What arguments would you yourself give that are specific, maybe different than what McKenzie and Republic have to say?
I mean, I think my biggest difference is I know there's been lots of talk of competition is healthy, whatever, but I think since the newest carrier is only a year and 14 months old, I don't believe that in 14 months, the entire system has been, I mean, I guess, how do you say it? I mean, the dust hasn't settled yet from a new carrier being operating in the last 14 months. I believe it takes longer for that to, like I say, the dust to settle from the newest carrier.
Okay, thank you. And then one other question. So do you have a projection of when empty roll-offs would become solvent, profitable? Just general prediction, not going to hold you to it.
I would like to say that, we can get in that point this year, but we really don't know where we're going to land. We really don't know. I mean, are we going to end up at 120 cans and that's kind of what it feels like it needs to stop at, or is it 200, or we don't know. I mean, it's just, we buy them as we need them. And if that's what it takes, we'll just, that is exactly what we'll do.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Questions from Commissioner Moore?
Court reporter, can you hear me? Court reporter, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Am I clear?
Yes.
Thank you. One of the attorneys that was cross-examining you asked part of what I'm looking for. So I'm not going to try and replow that ground, but this kind of dovetails into what Commissioner Bukacek was getting into. As the owner of MT Roll-Offs, do you do your own sales going out finding new customers?
I do some, yes.
Okay, do you have another salesman that does it?
My daughter.
Okay. It occurs to me, and I could be wrong, but I was in construction for 34 years. Did all my own sales. Took a lot of customers away from people and had them taken from me. One of the questions seems to be continuing to unfold here is whether or not you have damaged the others by your entry into the business. One has said they lost 2/3 of their revenue. One has said you took like 5 routes away. They were assuming it was you, they didn't know for sure. In talking to customers, I would assume they would say why they're switching from somebody they've been with. Was it service, or was it the fact that you were formerly in construction yourself? What was the rationale given in general?
The few that I have talked to has been mostly on a service issue.
Okay. In your prior construction, was you had a backhoe service or just what?
Excavation of all sites. I mean, building parking lots, I mean, full site jobs.
Did you know most of the people that became your customers prior to you approaching them about switching to your service?
I knew quite a few in the construction, obviously, but yes, to answer your question,
Okay.
I did.
So it's a logical theory that it wasn't necessarily service, it was personal relationship.
Some of those, yes, for sure.
Okay. Any idea, kind of like, mostly, mainly, some, my brother-in-law?
As far as between service and just being friendly?
As to why they switched, if indeed they were prior business associates. Was that why they switched? Or was it other issues which could include service, because apparently cost is about the same?
I mean, I do believe most of it was service. There has been a few that I directly work with in the general contracting that switched because they found out there was a new carrier, that I was one, and we were working on the job. So.
Okay. Apparently you've gone from 20 to 100 and some containers, and you're barely breaking even on a good month. Is that because of the capital expenditures?
Yes, I mean, we're spending it as fast as we can, and at a rate that we're trying not to go in debt too far, and basically build it as fast as it can build itself.
Okay, and this goes back to the other, actually. So if you picked up 5 routes from one competitor, 2/3 the revenue from another, it seems to me that your income would be pretty close to what theirs is, and they're making from $1 million to $21 million. I'm confused as to why, even with the capital expenditure, you would not be showing a positive cash flow.
Well, I think most of those numbers were still when we only had like 20 cans. I mean, it is a very, I want to say, this business it's all about numbers. I mean, the more you have, the more you make.
Mm-hmm.
So we weren't actually at 100 cans until the very end of last year. If that makes sense. I mean, if I only had 20 cans, I can't make as much money as I do if I have 100 cans.
So your capital expenditures and your cash flow
grew more.
Once those stop, should show a nice profit.
Correct.
This way, is that your hope?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Let's talk about recalls.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can we put the microphone back?
I get grabbed, but
I thought I was gonna get away with not getting that microphone.
Questions from commissioners.
No, well, now we're into recross. Does Not a Problem have any recross?
No, Judge.
Okay, how about Mackenzie?
No questions for this witness.
Republic?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any redirect?
I have nothing further for this witness.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
I would.
All right, sir, you may leave. Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to introduce your next witness?
Yes, MT Rolos would call Haley Reynolds.
And I should ask this, would everybody like a break for about 10 minutes? All right, so we're gonna go off the record. 2:48. We're off the record.
15.
Would you like?
Doesn't matter to me.
Let's be back on the record at 3:05.
So is the temperature.
Yeah.
Yeah. My bad.
You can go ahead. You're still 3 or 4.
Back on the record at 3:05. MT Roloff was just bringing their next witness.
Haley Reynolds.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated and you may proceed with your questions.
Haley, can you state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
I'm Haley Reynolds and it's spelled HAILEYREYNOLDS.
Haley, where do you live?
I live in Shepherd.
And did you grow up there?
I did.
Are you related to Buckley?
Yes, I'm his daughter.
Did you graduate from Shepherd High School as well?
I did.
What year was that?
2022.
And did you go to college?
I'm currently enrolled in college.
Okay. And what are you getting your degree in?
Business.
And where do you work?
I work at MT Roll-Offs.
Okay. How long have you worked there?
I was part-time when we first started, but I have worked there since it started in October of last year.
And what's your current position there?
Office manager.
And so what does that involve? What are your duties and responsibilities as office manager?
I answer the phones. I talk to customers. I deal with, payroll, invoicing, things like that.
And are there any other employees that work in the office with you?
Sometimes if I need assistance.
And how many employees does MT Roll-Offs currently have?
Total part-time and full-time, I'd say about 5.
Okay. And tell me a little bit about the property that MT Roll-Offs operates from.
It's a small office. We don't normally deal with public a lot. It's in Shepherd, so it's really close to our home base. But it works for now, but it's kind of a temporary situation for us.
And where are the vehicles and equipment stored?
The address is 4230 Shepherd Acton Road in Shepherd.
And do you guys have a shop out there? Or?
Yep, we have a shop and then a small office.
And are the vehicles and equipment, are they stored outside or inside or?
They're either, the cans are outside under the, elements, but vehicles are parked either in a lean-to or inside our shop.
What is the process involved for a customer shipper seeking roll-off service from MT Roll-Offs?
They'll call and then I'll answer. I normally ask, what their project is, what size they're looking for, and then we kind of get into the whole process, the pricing situation, and I ask for an address and we go on about that.
And what steps does MT Roll-Offs take to ensure that the Class D services the shipper is seeking are within the scope of MT Roll-Offs existing authority?
When I ask them what their project is, that tells me if we are allowed to haul it or not.
And is there subsequent investigation of the site or any fact checking done by MT Roll-Offs there?
Not necessarily. I trust my drivers though. When they show up, if they thought something was weird, they would let me know.
And tell me, what's your understanding of MT Roll-Offs service area?
We do Yellowstone County, Stillwater County, Carbon, Golden Valley, and Muscle County.
And how long is it usually between a customer making a request for a container to MT Roll-Offs and MT Roll-Offs delivering that container?
It depends on the urgency. We do exactly what the customer needs. If they need it same day, within even an hour or two, I like to keep drivers, I guess you could say, on call, so that we can provide those emergency services when they need it.
About how many calls per day are you getting, or does it vary?
I'd say during the busy season, so summer, I would say it averages maybe 50 to 60 calls a day.
And you're taking all those?
Yes.
And do you sometimes have to let the machine take a message and call people back?
Unfortunately, yes, I do sometimes have to answer voicemails, but I call them back as soon as I get off the line with the first customer.
Is it fair to say some days you spend all day on the phone with customers?
Yeah.
Have you ever been contacted by a shippers specifically seeking dump trailers?
I have not.
You weren't here this morning, but you were here yesterday for some testimony. Is that true?
Yes.
Did you hear any testimony about the explosion in dump trailers or increase in dump trailers?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of what's happening with that?
There's a lot of dump trailers around. There's a lot of them going in and out of the dump. I know my drivers deal with them and see them a lot in and out of there.
And do you have any reason to believe that's because MT Roll-Offs is denying people service?
No.
Do you have any reason to believe that's because McKenzie and Republic are denying people service?
No.
Has MT Roll-Offs denied service from a shipper seeking service that MT Roll-Offs is authorized to provide?
No.
Okay. You also heard some testimony about, or some people asking questions of Buckley about why he's taking business away from the existing carriers. Is it the service versus personal relationship?
Mm-hmm.
What's your belief on that point?
I believe that it is solely a service issue, and that is why customers prefer us over maybe another provider. My drivers and I like to say that if a customer wants the can on the roof, we'll put it on the roof.
But you wouldn't actually put it on the roof, right?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Does not a problem have any questions for this witness?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Hey, Ms. Reynolds, my name's Lane Shavek. I represent Not a Problem Hauling. Do you mind if I call you by your first name?
Go ahead.
So how many employees do you guys hire or you guys have?
I would say around 5, part-time and full-time.
How many of them are full-time?
3.
And including you or?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah. Let's go with calls per day. Is you during the busy season, the summer, so it's like, what's the busy season for you guys?
I mean, I've only done it for a year. So I would say for last year, it was June, July, August.
Okay. How many people did you guys service last year?
Probably 150, 175, somewhere's in there.
But you have about 50 to 60 people calling per day during 3 months, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5?
5:30.
5:30, okay. So do you have to refuse some of their services?
No.
So if you have 50 to 60 people calling a day for you guys' services, but you've only serviced 150 to 175 that year, where are the other where's the public going then if it's not you guys?
A lot of the times I'll have customers call, for invoicing, if they have a question about that. Maybe what they can put in the dumpster and what they can't put in the dumpster. If we need to move it for them or something like that.
Okay, on average, how many new customers do you get per day during the busy season?
During the busy season, I would say average per day, maybe 2 or 3.
So when a potential customer calls, do you inform them of what your services are and what type of equipment you guys have?
I usually ask them what they need first. I don't provide them with what we have, just what they want or need.
Okay. You heard yesterday regarding there was an explosion when it comes to dump trucks. How come you haven't broken into that niche when it comes to servicing the public?
Because from my understanding, I thought that the need was junk removal. So, the hauler loading their own trailer and doing it that way. I thought that was the need.
No one's ever called you, say, hey, I would like just a dump trailer dropped off at my house.
No.
Nope. Because you only tell them that you have containers or?
I usually just ask them what they need. If they need a smaller size, I usually offer them that.
Let me ask you this, on average, which container do you usually rent out the most?
30 yards.
30 yards. And what is that per day?
Per day? What do you mean?
For like a rental?
Oh, it's $4 per day.
Okay. But what is the average when it comes to a dropping fee and a pickup
I'm
fee?
gonna object, it's beyond the scope of direct here. We didn't discuss pricing with Haley on direct.
I'll strike that. No further questions.
Any questions for this witness?
No questions for this witness from Mackenzie, Mr. Chairman.
Public, any questions for this witness?
No, Mr. Chairman.
We'll go to commission questions. Commissioner Boothcheck, any questions? for
I
this-
have one question.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. So you said that you've never denied service. So that includes you've never denied service due to site issues? Like if there was rugged or rough terrain or narrow in-road, tight space, something like that?
Nope.
Okay. And so your drivers, they assess the situation when they get there and none of them have said to you, we can't do this. It's too tight, too rough.
Never.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Molnar, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said that in talking to the customers as to why they came to you, you said it was almost exclusively service issues. What were the service issues that were mentioned? Do you recall?
Majority of the time it is time sensitive. Another provider can't get to them as fast as we can.
And then they become your permanent customer usually, or what?
Usually, I would say.
So time sensitive, they need a dumpster today or no later than noon tomorrow.
As
And they
time
can't get that where they've been calling, so they call you.
Yes, yep.
Okay, well, thank you so much, that's all.
Question I can think of is, let's say you had some customers call and say, well, it would be handy to have a trailer that had wheels under it. Would you and your father say, hey, maybe we should get one and try it out? What are your thoughts there if customers started bringing that issue up?
Absolutely. I think that we would do what it takes to do what they need.
And I believe your testimony was there was no request so far for a trailer like that.
Not yet.
Well, thank you. Any questions from our staff attorney?
No questions.
Okay, let's go to redirect. Not a problem. Any redirect?
It'd be me, but I have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
Yes,
fine.
it's your witness.
No further questions for this witness.
Okay.
Opportunity to recross.
Recross from anyone?
For Mackenzie.
Republic?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem.
No, no, Chairman.
Would you like to permanently excuse this witness?
Yes,
All right, you're excused.
thank
You
you.
may call your next witness.
MT Rollups has no further witnesses and rests its case, Chair.
Okay. Not a problem. Do you have any rebuttal or?
No, Chairman.
Would everyone like a break to prepare for closing arguments? 10 minutes? Let's go off the record at 3:21 and let's come back at 3:30. How's that sound? Closing
Sure.
argument.
Chairman, what's the closing for public comment?
Yeah, we can leave a public comment open, sure.
Yeah, public comment will be after everything.
Right, we're off the record. 3:21.
Mary?
Genius, absolute genius. Pastor calls it evil genius. Oh, she got it. Yeah, he's got it.
I gotta call us back to order. We're 3:30. So I'd like to ask the parties, we're back on the record at 3:30, to do a closing statement. Not a problem. You're asked to go first.
As you know, not a problem hauling has a burden to show. There are basically 4 factors. They are fitness, is the applicant fit, willing and able to perform the proposed services. That's number 1. The issue is fitness here is the intentions of Josh. That really hasn't been a secret today. It's very forthcoming. What he wants to do is he wants to continue what he's doing with not a problem hauling, adding additional service to what he's already been doing, such as leaving a dump trailer. If a person calls and say, hey, can you drop this trailer off in an hour? That's what he wants to do, is add an addition to what he's already doing. That's his intention from the very beginning, and looking at his application, that's what he wants to be doing. So Judge, we asked that in the very beginning, is that you grant him that Class D, but only for that limited purpose of just for the dump truck to dump trailer aspect. We heard from opposing counsel about as well. It would disrupt the residential or the commercial or the weekly. There's no testimony from my client. That's his intention of, that's what he wants to do. He only wants to add a service to what he's already been doing. When if someone, college kid calls and say, hey, I can't afford this much, can you get here now? That's what he's willing to do. Or if someone calls, a neighbor calls, someone sees his billboard, hey, can I get this thing dropped off here? I have a really not the greatest area. I don't want to wreck my property, wreck my concrete. That's an additional service that this niche that Josh is rightfully seeing, and arguably I believe Montana Roll-Off has sees as well. There has been the public need. Public need is, you heard, I believe, from all 3 of them. They're saying is there's been an explosion of these dump trailers. Breaking the law, well, that clearly shows that there is a public need. So then the issue is, well, how come the public is not going to Class D operators such as McKinsey, Allied, or Montana Roll-Offs? Is because the market is busting at the seams of, here are cheaper ways and alternative ways to get the job that they want to get done. This idea about the protestants, they cannot or will not meet the demonstrated public need is, well, let's look at McKinsey here, okay? 2023, they're a little south of profit, making $1 million. 2024, they made 1.15. 2025, they made 1.2 million. So this idea of someone else coming in the market, we're not going to make any money. So our position is hogwash. This is a perfect example. Montana Roll-Offs entered in 2024. They increased revenue. Allied. They're the 800-pound gorilla. They're a multi-state publicly traded company. If they're saying is this Montana or this Billings division is they've lost 2/3 of their customers, well, the question is you guys got it right, is costs or services. This is a different service that Josh is giving to you guys that he's willing to do. You got other service providers or competitors. Competitors are extremely healthy for the market. This idea of competition is going to drive the market up or the price up. When everyone knows competition is healthy, it brings it down because it becomes more competitive and services go up. That's what makes them more competitive. So there's your cost and balances there. Now let me go back to Josh's financial condition. People don't live in a vacuum. Like, people get sued left and right. They do. But the question is, do they make it right? He's paid off all his creditors. What you heard from testimony from Josh is that was for his sick kids and his sick wife that he didn't have coverage. It's all been paid off now. Nothing. Okay. You heard that since in December he made $30,000 for Josh for not a problem. That's a lot of money to him. He's making more money than he's ever had before now. What happened 5 years ago from now, he's not the same person here. His financial conditions or financial is solid. As for experience, we have Josh that, he's a numbers guy. He was a manager at Costco. He ran a $15 million just in Billings himself, $15 million. He does the accounting. He knows how to crunch the numbers. That's what he does. That's what he does, and that's what he knows of. You have other people in this room that didn't have any experience in the roll-off industry, but they got into it and they learned. As for the safety and training, this industry, my position, our position, is literally on-the-job training, and that's the best training you can. Sometimes it's a tight bell curve, sometimes it's not. This industry, I think it is. Montana roll-off, that's the one that really struck me though today is, well, he started, I think, 4 or 20 roll-offs in October of 24. What do they have now? Your testimony has 103. In 14 months, he more than quadrupled his inventory. Of course, he's going to say, I'm not making any profits, because he's doing the right thing, is reinvesting in his company as demand requires. But you can tell that he's making money by just looking at the P&Ls. So the whole idea of the market, the dust settling, thing that we know now is the last 14 months is business has been really good in that niche. The question though is, are you willing to allow another participant that isn't really the roll-off industrial is its own little niche. As for the commercial or for the residential or it's the weekly, they can have that. That's fine. Question though is these roll-offs industry where someone calls and say, hey, can I get this stuff moved? Or can you drop off a trailer? I got some kids that are willing to haul it and then he can take it to the dump. It's a different service, different market. So I argue to you is that Josh has given enough evidence today that he is fit. Clearly, there is a public need. And one of our witnesses, Amanda Rudolph, she testified that she managed over 400 complexes, 400 units. Clearly, there is a need. And once she found out about it, who'd she hire? Not a problem, because there's that need where roll-offs were too expensive. That's what you said. But one thing from all three of these proponents of, they never really gave a clear answer of what they charge. Besides, oh, it's a $4 or a $5 rental fee. I guess the question is, how much are they actually charging in fees in general, not just a day rate? You heard from Amanda Rudolph saying is that, yeah, it's destroyed some of her property, some of her units. Well, he's in a position where these dump trailers, they're not gonna ruin concrete, they're not gonna ruin the yard. He can get into areas where containers simply just can't. You heard testimony that sometimes they flat out refuse to go there. Why? Either the road's bad, that's what Christy Moody testified to, road's bad. Or they simply just refuse. So granting the requested authority will not harm the operation to the detriment of the public interest. In fact, I think it's actually the opposite. It opens up to more affordable services, alternative services, excuse me, and more affordable costs. I think you heard from Brandon Sandbeck is they have no desire to get into the dump trailer. Why? More maintenance. More costs. If you have more maintenance, more costs. On these rollbacks, they just sit there. Yeah, they take a beating, but it's less maintenance, there's more money. That's really the reason why they don't want to do the dump trailers. So clearly there is a need. So the protestants cannot or will not meet the demonstrated public need. I think you heard that from both Allied, Montana MT roll-off and McKinsey. They want to do the roll-offs because it's easier for them. He's actually going to the people's houses, talking to them, making sure none of the property is bad, or hey, I have an emergency, Josh, can you help me? That's part of what he's asking us, part of his services. That's all he's doing. I leave all the other stuff, they can have that. But as for a dump trailer, I think he's demonstrated enough that he's willing and able, and there's a public need. Thank you.
Mackenzie, would like to do a closing statement for us?
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear this matter and for your patience. And I realize I probably talk the slowest out of everybody here, kind of chew on my thoughts, but I guess this is the last time you have to put up with that. So I appreciate one more grant of patience. The question today I want the commission to focus on is whether the addition of a new Class D hauler into the Yellowstone County Billings area is required by public convenience and necessity. Because Montana law is clear in guiding the commission that the need must show that it's required, not simply would it be preferable, would it be more convenient. The need has to be required. And here, not a problem hauling is not shown that public convenience and necessity requires their proposed service in this area. And I do appreciate the applicant's counsel clarifying that they potentially are not seeking as broad of authority as the application itself would present. But for McKinsey, I have to stand by what the application says, what is written in their petition. And so just it's much broader. It isn't limited in that way. And so I'd like to summarize a few of the elements that the commission is going to be considering and the evidence we've heard on those elements. A few that I'd like to focus on are whether the applicant has demonstrated that there is in fact a public need for the service they proposed in this area, and whether that proposed service would impact McKinsey to the public detriment. Starting with the issue of competition, you've heard testimony from the applicant yesterday. There was some discussion about whether you can even compare the roll-off container service that McKenzie offers to the use of a dump trailer that applicant is talking about. And whether the fact that protestants like McKenzie don't use dump trailers means there will or won't be competition. On the other hand, you heard from protestants' witnesses that the difference between a dump trailer and a roll-off container is really, it comes down to preference, because fundamentally they're meeting the same need, which is drop-off service. You also heard testimony about the geographic service area proposed by the application, and as that compares to what McKenzie is limited to doing, and how there's an overlap. McKenzie has a smaller area, but there's an overlap, and it's a significant one, because Not a Problem Hauling indicated that it's going to be, while it's going to have this large 50-mile radius outside of the Yellowstone County borders, it's going to be sort of more centrally basing its operations kind of in Billings itself and that area. So that'd be the area where McKenzie and Not a Problem Hauling are directly competing. And yet there'd be this other area where, as between McKenzie and Not a Problem, only Not a Problem is operating. You also heard about concerns by the protestants with relation to the topics of, you heard this idea about density, about route efficiency, things of that nature, and how that impacts the public in this area. If this application is granted, you heard that there could be a single route in this area, a single neighborhood, or even a single street where you've got 5 different competitors all driving trucks, all dropping off containers or bins, and what that would mean for the public. And really, that was all going to the question of whether competition is always a good thing or always healthy. And I think you heard testimony that it is not always good and it's not always healthy. You also heard testimony that Not a Problem Hauling is just a mom and pop operation currently. But they testified about desiring to quickly expand their operation as soon as possible if granted Class D authority, in terms of employees, but also in terms of equipment, multiplying their equipment by a factor of 10. And so while you heard that McKenzie has a large number of roll-off containers and a number of trucks, keep in mind and remember that it only has 22 employees total. It's just a local business. It's a small business. And that's not miles apart from what Not a Problem Hauling is saying that it hopes to reach in terms of its growth in a short amount of time. And that's just what their initial, as soon as possible goal is. The application is not so limited. And McKenzie's testified that it's already been harmed by the introduction of a new competitor in recent years, and specifically we're talking about empty roll-offs. And that empty roll-offs, of course, is only competing with respect to the specific service of construction drop-off boxes. And on that note, there's been a lot of discussion, including just now in applicants closing, about how McKenzie's been able to do in spite of that in recent years. And discussion about their recent revenues, including, I believe the most recent one was that 1.2 million figure. And while that looked like an increase, you heard testimony from Mr. Sandback that number doesn't take into account inflation. It isn't just profit. And the other thing that is important to keep in mind, just to make sure we're clear, is that Mr. Sandback told you that that's for all of McKenzie's operations. So not just roll-off containers, but also its residential and its commercial as well. And going back to the need for the proposed service that applicant is talking about, they didn't show that there's a widespread demand in this area, that existing providers like McKenzie are not willing and able to provide. Instead, they showed examples of kind of ad hoc jobs like removing a fridge, bringing a new fridge, loading and removing rental cleanouts, which things they're already performing without the need for an elevated grant of authority to do Class D services. They presented evidence instead that some people, including property managers like Ms. Rudolph, they might be interested in the option of a dump trailer instead of a roll-off container for drop-off service, but not a need, just a preference for a different option, different version of what's accomplishing the same underlying service, drop-off service. And a preference is not a need. You heard testimony from Mr. Sandback that roll-off containers are less expensive to purchase. And that translates to McKenzie being able to offer better and more dependable and more reliable service. And that they've been doing that for 25 years with roll-off containers and never had anybody ask for a dump trailer. So McKenzie has shown that it is capable of and willing to meet the public need for drop-off service in the area in which it already operates, as well as those maybe smaller jobs where you could send out a pickup truck or a smaller drop-off container, and the ability to do those time-sensitive jobs as well. McKenzie has told you that it can and is willing and able to do those things already efficiently, dependably, reliably, and competitively. The test for this application is not whether the existing providers are capable of or meeting some standard of perfection. It's just whether they can and will and are willing to provide the proposed service in the area which is discussed in the application. McKenzie has shown that it can, it will, and it does. And it's shown how it's shown how granting the application as proposed is harmful to McKenzie and to the public that it serves. And as we talked about, even the public that it doesn't serve, because we're adding all these trucks, we're adding all these drivers on the same neighborhoods, the same routes. So because public convenience and necessity does not require the granting of this application, McKenzie respectfully requests that the commission deny the broad scope of authority requested by Not a Problem Hauling. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Republic have a closing statement they'd like to present?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Try like that. Good afternoon, Chairman Pinochi, Commissioners, Commission staff. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. These hearings are important and we really appreciate your attention. I want to refer to something that the applicant raised in their closing, and I think it's important. The applicant would have you believe and have you accept as a matter of Montana law that everybody knows competition is good. And I will offer to you that the Public Service Commission exists because that is not a true statement. The Public Service Commission exists in part because unfettered competition is not always good, and that we see a need to protect the public from unfettered, unregulated competition. And so we have rules in place to establish when it is good and when it may not serve the public interest. And in Montana, motor carriers have to possess a certificate issued by the commission before they can transport garbage for hire on a commercial basis. That's the law. In order to establish when that need exists, the applicant alone bears the burden of proof on each and every element of their claim. These are not factors, these are not considerations, these are requirements, elements of the certificate. And each of those elements, not just any of them, each of them has to be supported by a preponderance of the evidence. That means if any of them are not supported, the application has to fail. The first of those elements is applicant fitness, and the commission has long evaluated that under 5 factors. We talked about these in our opening, and I believe you've heard these before: financial condition, intention of the applicant to perform the service, adequacy of the equipment, the applicant's experience performing this service, and if there's allegations of illegal operations, how they pertain to this application. After considering the applicant's fitness, then the commission still needs to consider whether or not there is a need for this service, whether or not the existing carriers can meet that need, and then finally, the element that is perhaps the hardest to express, whether or not allowing a new carrier to perform this service would endanger or impair the operations of existing carriers contrary to the public interest. A bit of a mouthful. In making this determination, the commission may, but is not required to consider competition. We've heard a lot about competition. So let's review what the evidence has showed. We've had limited financial information brought forward in this hearing, and it's unfortunate, but this is what the commission must use to form its decision. Competent evidence provided at this hearing, whether in the form of testimony or documents. Unsworn testimony doesn't provide evidence for the commission to base a decision on. We know that the applicant has financial goals and that those goals rely on some unspecified set of investors in order to work. We know that the applicant's gross income for January and December of last year, but we have no information about what expenses were also incurred during those periods. We do know that the applicant was not performing Class D services during those periods. And since the applicant has told us that his business would focus entirely on this Class D service if he's authorized to do so, neither of those months really provides us any insight into understanding either their current financial situation or what it would look like if they're authorized to provide a service. We do know that the applicant's 2 owners declared bankruptcy in the previous years, and then after that still had numerous collection cases against them for unpaid bills. Let's talk about the intention of the applicant to perform the service. Joshua Nott, by the account of every person who's appeared here and knows him, appears to be an honest man. Mr. Nott has told us that he has a goal to provide this service. I believe him. I believe that he wants to do this. I believe that the evidence does not, however, support a conclusion that this goal was prepared for in a way that will allow this commission to find fitness. We just don't have the evidence to support it. Let's talk about the equipment. There's been limited testimony on equipment, but what we know is that the applicant thinks he needs another 10 trailers that he doesn't currently have in order to proceed if he's authorized to do so. And I wish to point out that the whole industry uses a particular kind of equipment. And the commission should consider, as part of its decision, why the belief of an applicant with limited experience that dump trailers are a superior piece of equipment should overwhelm the long history of experience from the 3 protestants that have also testified. This brings us to experience. So here I will simply quote the applicant. In responding to data requests in this docket, titled Services Experience, the applicant said, the applicant's experience is fully described in the application. I believe the commission can take the applicant at their word. It can review the experience described in that application and determine if that's sufficient on which to base its decision. Illegal operations. The applicant has admitted to hauling illegally, and while I very much appreciate that it stopped when the commission reached out to them, it does beg the question, what other rules is it unaware of in the garbage hauling industry? Let's talk about public need for a moment. So the applicant called 2 shipper witnesses. Both testified that they enjoyed the service that Not a Problem Hauling provides, a responsive service that will load junk for you and take it away. Neither Amanda Rudolph nor Christy Moody addressed the need for Class D service by itself, however. Both emphasized the value that they put on Mr. Nott's willingness to load junk for them. This service does not require regulation by the commission since it's incidental to another business. The closest we got was Ms. Rudolph's testimony that she needed bulky items of garbage hauled away. Only we found out that the city of Billings will provide this service for half the cost. Ms. Rudolph also had not contacted the other authorized haulers, and as it turns out, they can provide this service. The Public Service Commission does not regulate equipment, it regulates services. Turning to the existing haulers' ability and willingness, you heard no testimony from the shippers that the existing haulers could not or would not meet the need for regulated garbage service being applied for. The provision of garbage containers for what the applicant describes as drop-off and fill services. You did hear the existing haulers say that they were willing and able to meet the need in this area, and that they have a variety of containers that they can use depending on what the customer requests. Last but not least, let's talk about harm to existing haulers. The applicant, who has the burden of proof, put on no evidence about the effect its application would have on existing haulers. You've heard existing shippers say that the entry of a new hauler into the market could have a negative effect on existing haulers. Further, you heard that this could in turn negatively affect the existing hauler's ability to serve the public, including, but not limited to, the loss of jobs for their employees and lesser services for the public writ large. To the extent that we heard discussion about competition, it was pretty equivocal. And like Mr. Nicholson indicated in our opening, in the event of a tie, the application has to be denied. So in short, the applicant is earnest but of unclear fitness. The need they suggest but have not proved by competent evidence can be met by existing haulers. And finally, the commission lacks the evidence on which to determine what effect this application would have if granted. As a consequence, Republic respectfully requests that the application be denied, and I thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. MT Roloff, like to have a closing statement.
Thank you, Chairman Panochi, commission staff, council. There was a problem with existing providers' roll-off services in 2024, but there's not a problem now. What was demonstrated at this hearing, what the evidence shows, is public need for junk removal services. The 2 shipper witnesses, public need is typically established through shipper witnesses. The 2 shipper witnesses, Amanda Rudolph and Christy Moody, as Mr. Frisella said, didn't have need for waste hauling services using a dump trailer, which is what the applicant is seeking authority to provide here. The testimony from both Ms. Rudolph and Ms. Moody was that he really helped them by loading his dump trailer and taking away their garbage. I don't think Ms. Rudolph or Ms. Moody are going to be loading up furniture into a roll-off container or a dump trailer anytime soon. The statute here requires 6912-323-1A says that the commission is limited to the evidence presented in support of the application at the time of hearing. If after the hearing, the commission finds from that evidence that public convenience and necessity require the authorization of the proposed service, then the certificate must issue. That hasn't happened here. we don't have any public need, any evidence of public need for Class D services. In terms of the other elements, I just want to hit on this lack of whether existing carriers can and will meet that need. Both Republic and McKenzie had decades to build their business here in the Billings area for waste hauling. MT Roll-Offs has been in business for 14 months and is going like gangbusters and is being successful. They're meeting need. And they need to be given that opportunity by this commission to fulfill that promise. They are continuing to invest in the business, as you can see by the number of containers and vehicles that MT Roll-Offs has acquired. Now, if the commission takes this and says, okay, we're just going to kind of grant whoever applies here and not really look at the evidence, there's a real legitimate possibility of harm, particularly to MT Roll-Offs here, who is in the process of building up that inventory. And if other haulers are allowed to just come in and not meet the same requirements that they had to meet, then there's a real issue there with losing business because their prices get undercut because the applicant has not invested the funds that MT Roll-Offs has. If we look at applicant fitness here, I do just want to hit on that. We don't have any evidence really about the applicant's financial condition. I believe Mr. Nott wants to run this business. He wants to help people. I have concerns about his lack of awareness of, the legal issues that he was facing. There was testimony that he had never been sued, and then we saw a series of debt collection lawsuits and a bankruptcy action, which I think you actually have to go to court for a bankruptcy action. So I don't know how you couldn't know that you were involved in a lawsuit at that point. The other issue that sort of stands, I think his equipment probably qualifies. You have to have one truck. One slightly used garbage truck is sufficient. I think he's met that and probably exceeds that with the equipment that he has, whether that's what other haulers use or not. My concern is the length of time that he was engaged in illegal hauling without knowing it. And I think the commission should have serious concerns about those things too. MT Roll-Offs would just ask that the commission deny this application. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We will now move off the record for a brief scheduling conference. The time is 4:13 p.m. and we're off the record. We are now back on the record. The time is 4:13 PM. The results of the scheduling conference will now be read into the record by the commission staff attorney, Pamela Snyder Barnes, as an order of the Public Service Commission, and no separate scheduling order will be issued.
So the parties have agreed that the post-hearing briefing schedule will be as follows. The applicant will have 20 days from the date of the notice of receipt of transcript to submit a post-hearing brief. Respondents or protestants will have 20 days after that to submit their response briefs. After that 20-day period, the applicant will have 10 days within which to submit a reply, which is optional. And if the applicant is not going to do that, the applicant will submit a notice to the commission. Upon receipt of either a reply brief or that notice, the case will be deemed submitted and the commission will have 90 days within which to issue its decision. Thank you.
This evidentiary hearing is now closed and the final public comment period is open. Please note that this session is being recorded and all commenters received will be public record. So please do not include confidential or private information on your comments. We'll begin with any commenters in the room and then we'll move to commenters online. Any commenters in the room? Please state the name and the town you're from, and personal address.
Give me my address too?
No, personal address.
Randy Singer, Billings, Montana. After listening to testimony here today and yesterday, is that the bigger suppliers, corporates, are saying that the don't need a smaller person. Everybody's talking about these roll-offs. I've gone through neighborhoods. I've never seen a 6-yard roll-off sitting in somebody's house. It's always been a 20. It's always been a 30. They will contest that they provide that service. I agree with that 100%. But they don't offer the other services along with that Josh is willing to do, is to help out our elderly, our low income. Everybody else is saying, yes, we can drop that off for them. Okay, great. He's providing a junk removal service, but he's also looking to haul garbage himself. Is that I didn't hear any testimony from any of these that would be happy to go out and help an elderly lady load up a 30-yard dumpster. Never once heard anything about, we're going to look into that might be something that we can provide. None of them said anything about providing that type of service. All they're worried about, and coming from me, is their bottom line. They're looking at the piece of pie, saying that if he starts this business, and he's not even looking into the commercial side of things, he's looking into the residential people. He's looking into be able to drop a trailer off for somebody to do a garage cleanup, is what he's looking at. I've heard testimony saying that, I'm going to find out what they need, what their purpose is, and then we'll drop one off. Outstanding. Okay, but will you be able to provide a service to help that person out? Josh is looking to do that, along with bringing more people in. He's not talking about bankrupting anybody to do any of this. He's looking to make his family great, making entrepreneurship what everybody else has done. You guys basically took his financial. Maybe one person in there that hasn't had a financial freaking problem. I mean, we all have one way or another. Yes, we make mistakes. Did he know that he was supposed to have this license? No, he did not. Once he found out, did he stop services? Yes, he did. The thing is that if we do diligence, yes. Hindsight's 50, hindsight's hindsight. But the problem is that I think he would bring a benefit to our community along with these guys also. he's not looking to get into their type of business. He's not gonna go out and buy 30-yard dumpsters and a big semi truck to move stuff. He's not looking at that. He's looking into the small things. Everybody needs something hauled off one way or another. He's willing to provide that. These guys are saying, yes, we can do that. But none of them said, this is what our goal is. We rent out 6-yard dumpsters 10 days out of the year. They're all talking about 20, 30 yarders. They're talking about purchasing big stuff. They're not talking about small stuff where he's getting ready to provide for us as a community. Thanks.
Is there any parties that are going to request a transcript?
Yeah, I think you will. Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
Boy, I had some takers on that. Any other public comment in the room? Any public commenters online? This is a good time. If you have written comments, please submit them online through the Commission's Ready portal by emailing pschelp@mt.gov. Seeing no further public comment, we will now close the hearing. Anyone wishing to follow the outcome of this matter may follow docket number 2025.10.080 on the Commission's online Ready portal. Please contact the Commission at 1-800-646-6150 or email pschelp@mt.gov with any questions about accessing the portal or subscribing to the notices of the filings. Thank you to everyone who participated in this matter. Time is 4:19 p.m. and this hearing is now adjourned.